The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Is gently falling, the bells begin to chime, a light breaks through the darkness, it's a sacred sign. The voices of our people rising pure and strong, singing truth and freedom in a holy Christmas songs. This Christmas, the West will win. With faith and love, we'll rise again. Our hearts are true, our hope won't fade. The light of the West will never decay. The world tried to divide us, to lead us all astray, but the spirit of our forebears will guide us on our way. Through trials and tribulations, our courage has endured. Now this Christmas morning, our victory is assured. This Christmas, the West will win. With faith and love, we'll rise again. Our hearts are true, our hope won't fade. The light of the West will never decay. The world tried to divide us, to lead us all astray, but the spirit of our forebears will guide us on our way. Through trials and tribulations, our courage has endured. And now this Christmas morning, our victory is assured. This Christmas, the West will win. With faith and love, we'll rise again. We'll rise again. Our hearts are true, our hope won't fade. The light of the West will never decay. Raise your voices, every soul, let the Christmas story unfold. From the manger to the stars above, we'll march united in strength and love. This Christmas, the West will win. With faith and love, we'll rise again. Our hearts are true, our hope won't fade. The light of the West will never decay. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. The day for their disease. Just like the wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we want retribution. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. For your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of an another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And welcome to the Church of White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. Featured stories today. New Jersey drone swarms explained as the swarming expanding. Conservatives celebrating the death of white identity and more. The Go Free lesson of the day, your PTP, your potential to power. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. A bear walks into a bar and asks for a rum and Coke. Bartender says, sure, but what's with the pause? Bear says, I don't know. I was born with them. And it goes just like that, as the drone. Whoa, look out. They're all over the place. The drones are all over the place, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday evening. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. What time is it where you are? Well, we are at the church. We are commencing the Church of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful time it is. A Merry Christmas, a good Yule, and a Happy New Year to you. And I will tell you about one of my incidents with an interlocutor. And I was saying Merry Christmas, and she did not think it was necessarily required of her to say Merry Christmas in response. Maybe we'll share that as we are together today. If you would like to financially gift while we are here together during the Church of the West, if you would like to financially gift, please do so. You can head on over to Entropy, which is the Dude Bro Moment platform. It's up and running. Cash App up and running. Subscribe Star up and running. I will be checking all of those, as well as Odyssey up and running, D Live up and running, and Premium Rumble up and running as well. If you would like to donate, here we're coming to the end of the year. You would like a way to dump some of your tax burden if you are in the US of A. You can do so by heading over to the Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org, the Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org. And when you donate there, it's 501c3, you will have a break on those taxes. Indicate that you would like that gift to come, that donation to come to yours truly, please. I would deeply appreciate it. Otherwise, head on over to knowwhyguilt.org financial gift tab and let me know if those links are working yet. Also, you will find over there under the financial gift tab the cryptocurrency wallets that I use, as well as a snail mail address. And you can send me mail. You can say hello, and we do have some mail today, so we're going to be taking a look at that. Otherwise, it is so glorious to be with you, and I want to talk with you. I want you, while we are together in the Church of the West, I want you to share. We're going to be getting right into very first item of the day is, watch out, the drones are out. They'll be getting started shortly as the snow falls lightly here in the capital of the U.S. of A., Washington, D.C., a.k.a. Mordor on the Potomac, and here at Northern Virginia, D.C. metropolitan area. Light snow is falling. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Some of the flakes are quite large, looking fantastic. It's great to see you all. Tag me, because I want to talk with you as No White Guilt across the many platforms that we are streaming to. I'm going to pull up Rumble is on one of the monitors over to my left, your right, and I can see that live and active and running right now if you would like to comment there. Also, I have up live and active for your commenting here is the live stream chat, and I can see the great Seamus McCarthy is over there already. Number one, good to see you, brother. And I will be keeping my eye there, as well as YouTube, and that on one of the many monitors over to my right, your left. I can see the great Brant Danger, the Dean Danger of School of the West. World is with us, and he is already sharing links. God bless him. Big salutes to this hero. There's just there's nothing this guy can't do in service to white well-being. We're so glad to see him here with us. The Nameless One and Tom and Red Dog Herman Zatosa is here. Jay Bishop, Marilyn is here. Cass is here. And it's 5:14, where she is down in the once great southern state of Georgia. Good to see you, sister. White Light Night. That's a cool name, isn't it? Have you all been watching? Where have you been? If you haven't, are you living in a cave again? Are you living in the van down by the river? Where are you? Where have you been? Are you an anchorite? Did you think I was going to say troglodyte? I bet you did. Are you an anchorite? Are you living out in the middle of nowhere and you have nothing to do with anyone? And all of the story about the drones are coming, are here. Maybe you've been drinking some of that aqua tofana that the anti-whites were promising to feed us, especially the female anti-whites. Remember, make aqua tofana great again. Have you been maybe sipping a little bit of that and you're a little dazed, you're a little boozed up from it, maybe not quite dead yet, and you've been drones are everywhere. There's potentially, I'm making fun. I know that I'm making fun. I know. Stop. I'm making fun. But there is some serious to this. There is some serious. We're going to look into it. We're going to dissect. I want to hear. There's so much information coming in about the drones. The drones here, the drones there, the drones everywhere. I want to hear. Tag me as No White Guilt. What have you heard as we talk about this here today? There is some serious. There is some very silly. There are some handicapped people. A little bit of a handicap. A little bit up in New Jersey, and they're seeing things in the sky. And this one woman I saw there was something she videotaped, and she panned up. She said, "There's one coming in right now," and it was clearly a plane. I mean, not even like way out in the distance. Like she lives beside the airport. She lives beside there. She says, "Oh my God! It even looks like a regular airplane. A regular airplane is coming in right now. It sounds like one. It looks like one. It's landing on the runway 5 on the airport." So there's some serious, there's some silly, there's officials going crazy about this. There are a lot of theories, and we're going to talk about them. I want to know what your thoughts are, though, as we get started. Tom is here. Hello to Tom. And make sure you tag me. Spartan. Cool Papa J Magic. Hey, wherever you are, what platforms, especially on X, let the folks know that are in your circles that The Church of White Wellbeing, the Church of the West, has resumed. It is Sunday. Maybe you go to regular church earlier in the day, but then you come back for the real church here in the evening, 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia. We get started. JK160 has joined us as well. Good to see you, good brother. I've been spotting some quality drones. Or sipping, I'm sorry. Samuski says, I've been sipping some quality drones, and now I'm seeing them everywhere. Maybe this will be the new thing. In the past, when you were an alcoholic, you got the bugs and you were trying to beat them off of you. Now you got the drones. Times are changing, all right? The reactions to pharmaceuticals and to alcoholic beverages, things are changing. Bugs was the past. Bugs were the past. You don't get the bugs anymore. You don't beat the bugs off anymore. Now you swat away the drones while you are high as a Georgia pine, as they say, down there in Georgia. So let's see. What do we know so far? What's going on? November 18. This past November 18, drones begin appearing in the once great state of New Jersey. And some people began videotaping them and taking some photographs of them. And it's one of these just casual things, it seems to me, that people, they're like, oh, there's a couple of them over there, and they take some pics. Well, then what happened was right there, not long after, maybe the 20th, or maybe somebody can get me the exact date. Some of these drones, kind of a slew of them, actually fly over the Picatinny military base in New Jersey. And the military says, whoa, drones, a bunch of drones flew over. And they're not just a quadcopter drone. These are actually quite large. It's like a flying SUV. Arden White is with us. Good to see you. Meth heads still get the bugs, she says. Well, then you better clue them in. You better send out some kind of a bulletin on We Are Meth Reddit thread and let them know that now you get drones. You don't get the bugs anymore. You get the drones. Ivan the Horrible and Hyperborean Dream have both joined us. Great to see everybody in the Church of the West, the White Positive ADL. So you would think at that point the government would want to step in and say a few things, which is kind of interesting, because, and we will be visiting this in a moment, the revisiting of the government speaking to just last December. Isn't that interesting? Just last December, a bunch of drones, in fact, a fleet of them, in fact, several fleets of them, in fact, sizes around 20 feet. Some were saying 20 feet drones that were carrying quadcopters and releasing the quadcopters. Did you all even hear about? We all pretty much ignored, but the government did come out and speak on these back in December 2023. And isn't it funny? Now the government comes out and they say, well, we don't know. We don't know. No idea. And at the same time, they say there's no threat. Contradictory. I mean, even the rank midwittery of these once great United States, even the rank midwittery, they go, what? Wait, huh? You don't know, but there's no threat. This, of course, and this speaks to God. There are so many elements to this. There are so many elements to talk about. And that's why I am recruiting you all to participate, because there are so many elements. This is what happens when you have corrupt leadership. The population can't believe them. The population can't get behind them. Kirby is coming out, and these different folks are coming out, and they're like Mayorkas coming out saying, wait, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Rank liars that we have watched for the past 4 years. This is what happens when you have illegitimate, corrupt leadership that the people can't get behind. And as an aside, something that's really important for those of us here in service to white well-being, a white identity. For those of us here, also a problem of multiracialism and the consequential, what they talk about, the multiculturalism, which isn't a thing. So not having a unity, not having a unified population, not having a unified people, not being unified on anything more substantive than an agreement on an opinion that is as tenuous as the breeze. No country can be built on that and last for long, irrespective of the weapons and the power wielded by the oligarchs of that country. But I guess a lot of the folks in this country, they're going to find out sooner or later, and because there's already the evidence everywhere, that it just doesn't work. You cannot have a country built on an agreement on an opinion, which can change with every new political regime. And when you have individuals in leadership, when a population loses trust in the leadership, and wasn't it New Jersey when we had that little radio broadcast, War of the Worlds? Didn't it come out of New Jersey? Am I wrong? Somebody can jump in and tag me, fact check me on that one, or give me the accurate information. People went crazy. And that was all the way back then, because the specific identity of the United States already deeply underway of being undermined by the anti-white morality, the tapestry of Western civilization, which will prevent us from having a unified, a strong, a collective resistance against adversaries, against the unknown. People have talked about for a long time, and there's an element to this drones coming in. There's an element to it of the UFO community, and maybe we should call them the proctological community, the little green proctological community. They're coming into this. Imagine, they've always talked about how if the government had determined at some point in the past that if there was a visitation by an advanced intelligence other than human from somewhere else in the cosmos, that the population would fall apart. That's with a unified population based on something fundamental, biospirit of the people. Imagine the kind of anarchy that will result when your unity is based on an agreement on an opinion, a country of an idea, a collection of ideas. It's just an experiment, Jason. There's no sacrality to it. There's not an ounce of sacrality. We are an experiment on ideas, and we agree on these ideas until we don't agree on the ideas. Academic twats. Sorry about that. I can't help myself. These things come to me, especially with the drones are going around, and I don't know. I started seeing all the drone information, and I went and threw away all the alcohol that I had saved up in the kitchen. I thought, this stuff has gotten to me because I'm hearing news about drones everywhere. So what's that? The military says that, hey, they flew over the Picatinny base up there in New Jersey. They flew over some other more also important bases and utilities for New Jersey, etc. from the beginning. And then we saw this kind of explosion in number. There've been well over 1,000 sightings, I think, reported. The FBI showed up and said, no worries, just give us a call. Ring us up if you think you see something. And so for Kirby and Mayorkas and Pierre Jean, whatever, I've purposely gone out of my way to not say her name properly over the years because I think it's repulsive. I think her being appointed and there with her big notebooks every day because she can't speak extemporaneously. Absolutely despicable. Coming out and saying there's nothing, just forget about it. The bases have already said, the military, the Coast Guard so the military has already said there are drones. They are flying. They are the size, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of the information. We'll look at some news. We're going to look at some of these videos that were taken, just a couple of those. We're going to look at an actual news broadcast from up in New Jersey, and we're going to dissect that or comment on that a little bit. But ultimately, you have had sheriffs go out at night waiting for these things to come in like clockwork. Also very interesting, because this isn't the first time they've flown in like clockwork, and flying like clockwork, and then pick up the phone and call 911, the sheriff calling 911 saying there are 50 flying in from the ocean that he could see at that moment. They, of course, reach out to the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard launches a craft or redirects a craft. They head out, and when they look up in the sky, they were able to identify, how many did they see? How many? I guess we'll come across that information again. Was it 13? And they said that they were around, I think they said they were around 300 feet. I know there was another claim about the Coast Guard being pursued, if you will, by a larger number, maybe about 30 of them. But on this particular case, the Coast Guard said, I think they said 13, and they were around 300 feet, and they were hauling ass. They were really hauling, and faster than your typical quadcopter. They were flying in from the direction of the ocean. Now, again, mind you, the Pentagon came out right away and said, no, there's nothing out in the ocean. No need to fret. No need to worry. By the way, another Indian, racially descended from India. These are the folks, smart people. And it's like I was tweeted about earlier. I think I tweeted it earlier this week. I meant to, at least, that you have the Democrat voters will celebrate getting rid of white males with DEI, and Republican voters will celebrate getting rid of white males with meritocracy. I mean, that's where we are. That's where we are. One side is like, we got rid of all the white guys, DEI. The other side's like, we got rid of all the white guys, meritocracy. All right. I guess that's what this country is going to do. I guess that's what it not going to do, is what it's been doing. I mean, I think I mentioned Trump just appointed another Indian woman, Harmeet Dillon, and she was the one who was singing the song, the Sikh religion, the song to Wahoo Guru, and saying, thank Wahoo Guru for creating America at the Republican. And now you have a bunch of it. There are any conservatives who watch this, you all are wonderful people who watch this live or in replay. They're going to say, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong if she wants to say Wahoo Guru created America? Because white people created America. That's the problem. You don't get more America without white. But I digress. I'm digressing. It's a little digression. That's all. We're still talking about the drones. Glenn is here. Good to see you. Janice is here. Sunday band stumbling, never stumbling is here. Regular JJ. The drones are moving over 60 miles per hour, which is faster than anything commercially available. And yes, they are. And in fact, we're going to be talking about them going well over 100 miles an hour. 100, well faster than hobbyist drones and well faster than commercial drones. Not only that, we're talking about a ceiling much higher than hobby or commercial drones and a range infinitely larger than hobbyist or commercial, even the best commercial drones. I think there's one called the Albatross. I'm not a drone guy. if I were, I would be riding one right now over top of New Jersey. I would be on top of my drone flying. It would be a manned drone, okay? And I would be flying it and I would come in. And of course, I would be armed. And I would just be like, everything. I would be taking out the other drones. That's how America is supposed to. But then again, I'm a redneck. I'm born and raised in Virginia, very proud, law-abiding, tax-paying, kick your ass if have to. That's why they've been saying all along, if this were happening in a southern state, they wouldn't be flying long. They'd be getting shot at. And maybe that's why when it did happen in a southern state, boy, they stayed out there by the ocean. They stayed out there kind of far away from the population. Here in Virginia, it's snowing. It's snow. Look at the tree is beautiful. It's a light snow outside. So yeah, these are flying faster. They're larger. And we have elected officials freaking out. We have law enforcement freaking out. The sheriff's department in New Jersey launched one of their drones. And this, of course, since November 18, and attempted to pursue one of these drones, and no chance in hell. They said no chance in hell. That thing took off, and there's no way we could keep up. This is the sheriff's drone. They also said that they didn't see a heat signature. Well, I'm actually helping them out here. They said there was no heat signature, but my question is, and this is where we get into some of the technicality of it, does the FLIR camera on the sheriff's drone see far enough to pick up the heat signature that would have been on the drone? See, we don't know. There are a lot of questions. We have to, in this community, we stay sober, we stay mature. We're not big white boobies here like the rest of the white population that will just jump on board with any nonsense. So they said, though, nonetheless, no heat signature. What else do we have that was really interesting? The police helicopter in New Jersey hovered right down above one of these things, the report states, and it then turned off its lights and took off. And when it turned off its lights to take off, the helicopter decided to back up. They said that it was 6 feet or greater, the one that they went and hovered over top of. 6 feet or greater. So that's pretty damn big. But like I said, we're going to go ahead. I want to hear what you all are having to say and what your theories are as we get into this. And of course, I'm going to be sharing my thoughts all the way through. As I said, there's a lot of silliness. There's misidentification. You then have a bunch of pranksters, a bunch of impish little imps, impish urchins that are getting out, mischievous people. And they're like, oh, they're seeing drones. I'm going to go ahead and launch mine and mess with people. And they're putting lights on their drones. One of the things I've just got to say from the start, even before, because it's just been irritating the hell out of me, are I'm seeing these content creators who are saying, oh boy, the invading drones are using FAA required lighting. And so they're FAA compliant. Oh boy. And they're being, like all facetious and Claudine Gay about it. I mean, big time Claudine Gay about it. It's called mimicry, you doughboy dips out there. Mimicry. All the way back. Isn't it? Can somebody tell me the first Red Dawn movie? I mean, it's been forever since I saw that. But didn't the Cuban and Russian soldiers, didn't they parachute from commercial airlines that just looked like they were regular commercial airliners, and all the required FAA lighting and transponders on and everything like this? And then that's how the invasion of the country started. Do you really think? I mean, listen, you doughboys out there, you absolute doughboy and girls out there. Do you really think that if China or Russia were going to invade, it would probably be China, in my opinion. Do you really think their drones would have like little Chinese flags waving on the top of them as they came riding in, as they came flying in? Do you really think that's what it would look like? I mean, just as no wonder some of these doughboy channels have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views, because that's what the population is. Just no cynicism in the white race at all. Pure gullibility. They are as credulous as the day is long. They're like, what? Okay, yeah. And that's why these people get so many. You come to some place like this and they're like, duh, that guy is far too cynical. He's too straight-laced. He's too legit. He's too much to the point. It's too black and white. Can't listen to that. So yes, it is entirely possible that an invasion, I'm not saying that's what this is, okay? But an invasion, although it could be, and we could talk about how such an attack could take place, but it's entirely possible that an attack by a foreign adversary, and this could be the probing of the United States for weak points, for the responses by a foreign adversary, for weak points to evaluate the responses that the United States engages in. It could entirely be that they would use, entirely possible be that they would use mimicry as they flew over the landscape. Yes, the FAA lighting, compliant lighting, and all of that. Maybe they just never read about Troy. They just, although they're so smart. I know they are smart. I get it. They're so smart. But maybe they just all thought that you have to have one of them little like desk flags on top. Little Chinese desk flag on top of every single drone as they could. I know. Look at them. It's the Chinese. How do you know? They have little flags on top. So there's that possibility. Let's look at a couple of these videos before we get carried away, because there are some interesting. Let's take a look at this footage right here, and this is at Port Murray, New Jersey, asking for thoughts. Let's see. Okay, so you see obviously all of these dots in the sky. So I was saying, you have the misidentification, you have the pranksters. There's been a lot of misidentification ever since it got started, because apparently people don't look up into the night sky. They so rarely care about the night sky that they look up in every helicopter, every plane. Some of these are literally this, for example, the Cessna Citation X. I've seen that flying overhead that people have videotaped. That's an older plane. There are some others as well. There is a cousin of the Osprey. What is the Osprey again? That piece of junk still flying. I actually found the MV-22 Osprey. I actually found, back when I worked on the Hill, those things were crashing and killing people. They are junk. They were junk from the beginning. And if I were in the service and they wanted me to get on one of those, I would just go ahead and take prison. Absolutely, they're junk. Another one crashed again not too long ago. But there's a cousin of the MV-22 Osprey. I don't know what it's called. The baby Osprey. And somebody got an image of one of those clearly flying. And that might be a little unusual for people to see. If you're not in military circles, a military family, or you're into aeronautics or aviation, that might be an unusual thing. I mean, it's not like the Avro car. It's not like, could you imagine the Avro car comes like flying up, banging into things, running, just crashing all over the place like a goddamn bumper car. The Avro car comes hovering, comes flying in. What would the population think then? I guess unless it had a little Chinese flag on top, they wouldn't know what to think. Okay, so we actually have a video, and we'll get to that too. But you can see some of the things they're seeing here. These are obviously quite large, and I don't know. One of the best things you can do in this scenario is to download an app for flight checker. Are there any airplanes facing and that can be a little hard too, to figure out where you're facing and where are the flights on the flight checker. But there's that. We have predictably videos showing up now from all over the country. This is Temecula, California.
Brian Dirk saw over his Temecula backyard yesterday evening, but he's not the only one who saw it. There are multiple social media videos just like his from South Riverside County. And listen closely. Witnesses say whatever it was didn't make a sound.
I think the public has a right to know what is flying above the skies and what the purpose is. We saw 2 that came directly overhead our backyard in South Temecula here, and then we've seen a bunch across the horizon.
I looked up because it was coming now right over top of me, and it was quiet. It didn't make any noise.
Melinda Peters saw them last night too in Temecula, which is a mountain range away from Camp Pendleton. This is what Brian Dirk saw over his Temecula backyard.
All right. So we have to remember, keep in mind that the pranksters, the urchins, are out with their quadcopters and the like. Now that everybody's looking up, they want to have a little laugh. Good for you guys. Close up of a drone over Fairfield, New Jersey. And this was on the 14th. So let's zero in on that one. Now look at this. What do you think this is? Listen to the noise. Look at this. What do you think that is?
It's crazy.
How is it? Do you see the rotation?
God.
Anybody? Any guesses in the live chat? I'll give you my guess. Let me see what your guesses are in the live chat as I check to make sure that everything is working for our glorious Church of the West stream. Is this an invasion by an aggressor? Is by a foreign aggressor? Is this an invasion by aliens from outer space? Is this, there are a bunch of possibilities here, and we'll get a little bit more specific as we roll through our evaluation. We're going to be sharing a lot of information about this in the beginning of the Church of the West, and I want to get your input as well. I see that the great Slots has gifted over there on Rumble, and he shared here $1 financial gift. I think the drone, I might have to lean over reportage, etc., is a planned operation to ban consumer drones. Definitely a possibility, and we'll be digging into some of the legislation there. The banning of drones for consumers does not preclude their anti-white intent with testing anti-white intended drones. Precisely. Very well put. That's the great Slotsian over there on Premium Rumble. So is Nationless Nationalist is over there. And I will, as I say, I'm just going to take a quick check here to make sure. What do you think this is? Videotaped over Fairfield, New Jersey, just a couple of days ago. I want to get your thoughts, making sure that we're all right everywhere. Mouse Cat is here. The Mouse Cat. Alexander is here, says, it's a helicopter. Correct. I mean, in my opinion. And we'll play it for another moment, and then you'll see. Well, did anybody else jump in? They stuck drones up to cover for the UFO orbs, says Mousecat. Not impossible. Not impossible. It's another possibility. We'll explore it a little bit. Promethean Kitchen is with us. Maybe the drones are like a military type test for their more advanced drones that we don't know about yet. Totally possible. Cockatoo is here. Hello to Cockatoo. in the live chat. Linda is here. Dennis is here. Brandon says Chapa. Brandon is right as well, I think. Let's watch. Let's see. Rotating somewhere there. A little bit more of a rotation. You can kind of actually, if you look like right here, can you see my cursor? If you look right here, you can kind of see, and then you see that that sort of slow wave interfering with the light coming down from rotor. Oh, well, look. Does that look a little bit more like a chopper? I think so. I think we're looking at a basic helicopter. It's understandable. So, of course, there are going to be people out there who are going to be lying to get themselves attention. It doesn't mean that there aren't drones. It doesn't mean that there aren't aliens. But it does mean that the human animal loves to get attention for itself by any way that it is capable to get attention. And this might be an opportunity for folks to say, hey, I saw, guess what? New Jersey residents chasing a UFO, UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, which they changed it to because UFO had developed such a stigma over the years. Let's have a quick look at that.
We're seeing them there. It's not on the flight tracker. And he's like way over there. See him blinking.
Here's the flight tracker.
Show the flight tracker. Uh-oh.
There's actually a helicopter back there. But look, there's nothing off shore.
We're looking like that. We're looking south of that map.
Yeah.
You see, there's the challenge. These guys do have a flight checker, and they are evaluating what they're looking at in the sky, comparing it to the flight checker. But the problem, of course, is if you are not orienting yourself properly, then you could be way off. You could be a little off. You could be significantly off. Maybe they are orienting themselves properly, and maybe there is nothing in the air.
There's that hook. There's the hook.
Yep. I don't know what's coming over that bridge. Let's see what's coming over the bridge. There's another one. There's another one down there. Yep. There's no planes on the flight tracker, so there's another. That's one right there.
Get out the flash. That one's really low. That one's actually
1, 2, 3,
right there.
4. Look at them all. Look at them all. They're all drones. All of them. Look, there's 3 right there. There's 1 there.
And see the flight tracker? Bring the flight tracker up.
Here, there's no planes.
So this was 4 days ago, and it goes on for a little bit. They actually jump in the car. They try to drive after to try to get under these drones, and they fail because the drones, of course, move on by the time they get there. But they are attempting to film them as they are pursuing them and then losing them. 4 days ago, it's entirely possible. Are these some of the drones that were initially and or continue to be an issue or a concern or a curiosity? Or are these mischievous imps who are launching their drones to have a little bit of fun? Drone, UAP, UFO, New Jersey. I don't know what that music is. I'll have to stop it. But there you can see this thing moving through the sky. It definitely looks like it could be a drone. They're not talking. Also be aware that there are people using AI to make videos. They are faking their own videos to bring attention to their boring, shitty little channels. And otherwise, you know, I don't want to rain too hard on those people. I mean, they're just trying to be known. They're trying to be heard. I get it. But they're putting out fake videos. And so be aware of that happening as well. Again, it doesn't mean that nothing real is happening. December 14, aliens, drones, UFOs. Watch until the end when one gets shot down. What do you think? Is this video real? Are we seeing...
Something's going up real fast.
Are we seeing what...
A plane?
we think we are seeing?
I can't tell what it is.
You have a red dot right here. Can I embiggen this anymore? I might be able to. That's a little bit bigger. You have a red dot in the sky. Over here to the right, you have this orange flashing. This red dot races over to this orange flashing. Is this real? Have you already heard that this video was faked? Let me know. I don't know. Tag.
Moving quick.
Pauses right here, and then it moves close to this flashing light here.
That could be a drone. I don't know what the hell that is. But that is quick. There's only one remaining right now.
You got a dot down here.
Whatever that green flashing one is, he moved quick around it.
Okay, you can see the flashing one, which is not flashing at that moment, is moving closer to this orange one.
Get it? Super quick.
Now, is the flashing one a drone? And is the orange one an alien orb?
Like
government thing? There it goes. Moves it directly beside it. Now what?
Oh, that whatever it was just shut down the drone. If that was a drone.
What do you think?
Holy crap.
Did it fall too fast? Did it look like it fell too fast? Should it have taken longer? I don't know. Give me your thoughts. Was this a drone falling out of the sky? A quadcopter falling out of the sky? Brand says it fell too fast. That was my initial thought too. For that distance, it should have taken longer. For what it appears, for what the distance appears to be, it looks like it should have taken longer. But here's something that we also have to talk about when it comes to misidentification. Two very important concepts: perspective and parallax. When you're trying to identify something in the nighttime sky in particular, it gets really difficult because of those two things, perspective and parallax. You all probably already know perspective. From what point are you seeing? What is your perspective? Where are you seeing the item? Parallax causes this phenomenon where something can appear to be stationary in the sky, even though it isn't. Sometimes you may have experienced this driving down a highway beside an airport, and an airplane coming in to land appears to be motionless. You all have experienced this as the moon follows you through your nighttime drive. So some airplanes or drones or quadcopters might appear to be motionless because of parallax. Can also appear to be motionless because of perspective. If the item in the air is coming directly at you or going directly away, even though they're in motion, maybe at several hundred miles an hour, they're going to appear motionless. The greater the distance, the more limited your ability to discern the size shift of whatever light is coming back to you, whether it's a reflection of the item itself or the lights that it is using. So keep that in mind as well as we look at these things. I think there's just one more, and we'll get into our interview. Very interesting interview with an official in New Jersey and a reporter who completely had his mind change. This is drone footage captured over Pennsylvania. So let's have a look at that really quickly, and then we will take a look at this is PA. If you can see it's like a white and red Flashing lights. I mean, you can clearly see there that that does not look like a typical airplane. All right, as the snow picks up, let's go ahead and dig into this, and I'm going to see what you all are saying, your thoughts. I want you to participate. East Coast Podcast is in the house. Answering one of my questions, saying can't tell if it is fake or not. I've come across, I don't know, maybe 10 that clearly look like they are not real. Jareth pointing out that long-range shooting, you have to take parallax into consideration. I don't think I've ever shot long enough to take that into consideration. That's interesting. Kinfolk is here. Keep in mind that commercial drones shows need place to test, and they're only getting more popular. Some small business testing drones, etc. Who knows? Another possibility there, introduced by the great Slot Senator. Max and Rob are here. Great to see you. We're going to be cracking open this news item here in just a moment. So many possibilities to get into. Very exciting. Very exciting. Is this Project Bluebeam? What do you know of Project Bluebeam? Is this Project Bluebeam? Is this some sort of manufactured threat to declare a state of emergency and attempt to block Donald Trump from assuming the office of presidency? Is this, as Representative Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, crazy? Maybe not, though. Maybe not. Are these Iranian drones? Iranian drones. Clean of White Noir over here on the thread on Twitter says the thread is good. Are these Iranian drones being launched from a mothership off the east coast of the United States? He said he has high classified sources, classified information that it is an Iranian mothership launching these. And of course, that left the imagination open, which I thought was kind of fun, because I immediately, who else thought if you heard Van Drew nut job, maybe he's not a nut job, maybe I'm just being me, but maybe this is my normal temperament, I don't know. If he is, did you hear it directly from him, the horse's ass, or did you hear it from secondhand, third hand, that there was an Iranian mothership? And when you thought mothership, what was the first thought to your mind? Did you think a boat? Did you think a submarine? Did you think a flying mothership? Because my mind immediately went to, how could a flying mothership stay in the air long enough, and etc.? We also have the matter of the power. These drones appear to be like previous encounters with drones, and again, we'll be talking about that. They appear to have far more power for speed and range than any hobbyist or commercial drone that is available. So, power source. People are all contemplating your basic bitch batteries. If this is being done by a foreign adversary like China or Russia, definitely not Iran, or the United States, my belief is that it is running on nuclear material and therefore could fly forever as far as you're concerned. 80 years could fly for it. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not degrading nuclear material and that is powering these things and enabling them to fly forever and ever. But who knows? And a mothership, maybe not only could it have degrading nuclear material to use as a fuel source to keep it afloat, aloft, I guess I should say, for a long time, but maybe upon reaching its destination, it inflates lighter than air gas balloons at a very high altitude, takes advantage of weather and currents to stay aloft and even use less of that power source, even though that power source would maybe go for a very long time. I don't know. I then thought that it would have to be, if not that, a submarine to hide itself, at least from some. But at no point did I think a ship. And apparently that's what Iran has. Like a basic bitch flat top, like mule trading ship, horse carrier. And that's their state-of-the-art drone ship. Would it surprise you to know that Jeff Van Drew got almost all of his money for his campaign from AIPAC, and then he suddenly has information that the Iranians are behind everything? It's a little suspicious. But I don't know that necessarily we should believe Van Drew. But at least it's something to contemplate, and it can be fun to think about it. Red Dog is with us, and he says it's fueled by worms. Maybe the powerful worms that they found on another planet.
Former Governor Larry Hogan shot this video last night. These lights over his hometown in Davidsonville, just 25 miles from the nation's capital, as he pointed out. And then there's this. I've never seen them. Wow.
Okay, so that was former Republican Hogan, who videotaped, and then he, of course, had to make a statement about it.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. New Jersey Senator Andy Kim shared this video of drones he shot yesterday. Federal authorities insist most of these sightings are actually legally manned aircraft. But Senator Kim says he checked a flight tracker app while capturing this video, and that the devices he was...
Red Dog says, a mere common pigeon, lovingly adorned with Christmas lights. It's just pigeons bringing us Yuletide cheer.
...is capturing were not on it. The sightings are happening near LaGuardia Airport, too. Officials say they received unconfirmed reports of drone activity over that busy airport. As for numbers, the FBI says it's received more than 3,000 tips from the public about drone sightings going...
Wow, 3,000, November 18. Yeah, I think also the reason why I immediately thought of something in the air and very high, perhaps, or something under the water, is because if it were just a basic bitch ship out on the water, that would be easy. I mean, fishermen would be able to see that. Yachters would be able to see that.
Back to November 18th, all over New Jersey. Since then, there's been an average of 92 sightings per night and expanding across half a dozen states. In a joint statement, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security said, quote, "We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or public safety threat, or that they have a foreign nexus." Lawmakers, however, aren't buying it and are pushing for answers and action. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and 2 other senators wrote a letter calling for a briefing with the FBI and Homeland Security. Well, in Connecticut, Senator Richard Blumenthal says the devices should be shot down if they can't be identified. And we've learned that House Speaker Mike Johnson did get a federal briefing on the sightings, as have Senate staffers in a few select offices. But other than that, there's been very little transparency. So what's going on?
Well, it's Project Bluebeam. Have you all heard this? Project Bluebeam. It was promulgated the idea by a writer in Canada. Is that right? And I think two authors working together. Apparently the controllers of the world, you see, the controllers of the world, where you have no power. And this is, remember, this is the PSYOP. This is the means of control over the population, is to concern you with things that you have no control over, things that you can do nothing about, thinking about the past, thinking about the future, thinking about entities, again, that you have no control over. That is the psychological warfare. Realize that. That is the psychological warfare. That's why one of the other reasons why I'm so censored, because I'm telling you exactly what it is. If I were a Project Bluebeam aficionado and I spoke endlessly, they would allow me to garner a giant audience. Project Bluebeam is supposedly this very secret, but some guy finds out about it, project to prevent the population from rising up against the elites. Never call them that, by the way. They want you to call them that. Against the elites. And they're going to do this by faking a second coming and creating a new religion. And it's been said as part of Project Bluebeam that there were going to be giant images in the sky and other signs and things that they were going to fake or things that they were actually going to pull off. And do you know, Project Bluebeam was supposed to happen the first time in 1984. And it's supposed to have happened like every 5 years since. At what point do you leave their cult? At what point do you say, enough is enough? I'm not going to be part of your PSYOP anymore, where you keep me preoccupied with things, something that doesn't matter, that I don't have any control over, and that I'm always fantasizing and fearing about. At what point do you finally say, I'm out of the cult? Every 5 years, this happens. The white population is full of so many vegetables, it's hard to fathom. Everywhere across all of these videos, maybe the most mentioned thing that I have seen is Project Bluebeam. So if you were ever worried that people have to know that the government might fake a second coming of Jesus Christ, and that it's Jesus Christ and aliens, or it's Jesus Christ was always the aliens, everybody knows. You can stop occupying yourself with their PSYOP, which, by the way, it didn't have to start as a PSYOP. The cabal of elites at the top didn't have to think of it on their own. Some person who wanted to make money spinning yarns for people could have created it. And then the usefulness of it is observed by the people who work for the different levels of those who are in power, want to magnify their power, want to perpetuate their power. And so they say, let that run. Let it run. Let the people hear more and more about something that completely neuters them so that they do nothing. They're never looking at what's really going on. I mean, could you imagine? I've had white people over the decades. I'm talking about like real things in meetings, real things that are happening. White children being victimized on the basis of being white. The teachers are telling them how evil they are. And every year, do you know when I started? There was not a single place, and this ties into what we're going to be talking about later, not a single place where teachers were recruiting for sex cults in public school. That wasn't happening anywhere. And now it's happening. How did we get here? Well, part of it is all of these white people, like the meeting I was just going to reference, where I was talking about real things, where white children are being taught to hate themselves on the basis of their race. And then when I'm done speaking, I have these white boobies come up to me and say, well, you know what? Yeah, that's going on. But it's really not important because Project Bluebeam. White kids are being victimized today on the basis of their race. But that's not important because Project Bluebeam. I can tell you where to stick the Bluebeam. All right. So is it Project Bluebeam, though? I mean, she's got a blue background. Maybe they're signaling something to us.
Is this some contagious mass hysteria? Or are people really seeing something that our government cannot identify? Our own Rich McHugh went out drone hunting in New Jersey. He did not come back empty-handed. Rich, tell us what you saw.
Project Booby.
Hi, Elizabeth. Well, I got to be honest here. You know, when this story first came out a few weeks ago, as a resident of New Jersey, as a journalist, I didn't pay it much credence. I thought it would turn out to be a bunch of pranksters and this would all be over by now. The experience I had last night, however, changed the way I feel about this story completely. What I saw was more sophisticated than I ever imagined. Take a look.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 lights, 6 lights.
I didn't believe what I was seeing. But what was I seeing? We're here in central Jersey. We've been looking for the past hour. I think we've seen about 40 or 50 of these drones. In fact, there's one over my shoulder right there. One after another, these drones appeared in the night sky. If you look real close, they look like fixed-wing aircraft, about 8 to 10 feet wide.
Now, remember, though, that if these are meant to mimic, that's exactly what they would look like. So don't immediately say, all right, then that's absolutely a fixed-wing aircraft.
Colorful, white blinking lights.
That is not a plane.
Definitely not an airplane, but what was it? Hours earlier, I was invited to join the Ocean County Sheriff Department. They launched their own drones to see if they could intercept the mysterious aircraft New Jersey residents have been reporting in recent weeks. The department says these mystery drones evade detection because they don't give off heat like regular drones.
All right, so there's where you heard about they don't give off heat like regular drones. And my question is, how far does their FLIR actually detect heat? They don't address that.
Why do you think that is?
We don't know. It's just something that we haven't, it's not something that we've had our hands on. It's not something that we've experienced.
Something they hadn't experienced until now. One of their officers called 911 after seeing 50 of them come off the ocean.
Advised after we made contact with that officer that there were 50 that came off the ocean. 50? 50. That was my reaction also. There were 50 that were coming off the ocean.
And this is a sworn officer?
A sworn officer, yes. We contacted state police, we contacted the FBI, we contacted the Coast Guard, at which point the Coast Guard went out with their boat and they reported seeing 13 following
13, I was right.
Their boat, and then the Coast Guard also advised that they went over them about 300 feet and had a wingspan of about 8 feet.
I see one right here.
Okay, now what interests me about that versus obviously the average person, just civilian out there, even versus the law enforcement, is that one would expect that the Coast Guard would have trained sailors and for spotting, identifying, estimating, as well as equipment. Now, we don't know that for sure. And in particular, we just asked a general question or assumption about the Coast Guard. But what about this particular ship and the folks that were on the ship? We have a lot of white erased military right now. A lot of white erased military. So keep that in mind as well. They've literally gotten rid of the white guys, and as many as they can, and continue to do so, the heterosexual white guys, and replace them with people who are female or believe they're female or are non-white. So keep in mind Hanlon's razor, that sometimes it's not malicious, it's just incompetence.
Did I see the same thing that officer saw? I'm still not sure. What I can show you is this video. What I can tell you is I've never seen anything like it before.
So 8 to 10 feet. That's big. That's a big drone.
And more than a month since these reports started, the federal government doesn't know what they are either. What's your message?
Jody says it's Santa pre-positioning toy drops. Clearly, I'm going with Jody. Santa is Brand Danger. The reporter is fat. We could just dismiss him now.
To the White House.
My message: come to the Jersey Shore. I know it's wintertime, but come see what we see, and then, maybe they'll have a better appreciation for why our residents are concerned.
The Ocean County Sheriff, that drone unit, they have an industrial grade drone. They put it up. They were tracking one of these drones, Elizabeth, and they said this thing easily evaded them, disappeared out of thin air.
Easily evaded.
To me, it's, if this is not our military, then it's even more scary, and we need answers, frankly.
All right, Rich McHugh.
Look at her face. I loved her face. Right, look at this woman's face. Watch her here.
Our military, then it's even more scary, and we need answers, frankly.
All right, Rich McHugh.
She's like, Rich? Maybe Rich fell off the wagon? Needs to stop drinking?
Thanks so much for watching.
That's funny. Rich, we're not being hard on you. Yes, we are, but that's fine. Let's take a look at a article from the New York Post. A lot of things to contemplate. Like I said, do we have any people who are drone aficionados, quadcopter aficionados, and they can jump in and give their 2 cents? Let me see. Actually, before, I want to show you this first. Do not, obviously, shoot at any of these things, even though Donald Trump made a statement, which might be telling, and we'll talk about that shortly, but it might be telling that he comes out and says, tell the public what it is or shoot them down. So let me pop this up on the screen. Have you seen this video? All right, so appear to be, I'm guessing my gun aficionados can chime in, 30-06 tracer rounds. And for those who are unaware, the little dot going out there is the tracer. It's the flammable bit at the back of the bullet, and as the bullet streaks away, it streaks through the air to give the shooter a bit of an idea downrange where the bullet is traveling, where the lead is traveling. Does that appear to be what it is? The video, however, since it was released, evaluated and determined to be fake. Determined to be one of the many fake videos that are being produced right now. There are also videos, just as an aside, that are being repurposed. So watch out for those videos from things that happened years ago or were even faked videos from years ago are now being repurposed by folks who are trying to get attention or have a laugh, mischievous people, or grow their channels. Repurposing, they're putting them up and they're saying, oh, this was in New Jersey too last night. So just for the educational purpose of it, for those who are curious, they don't know what a tracer round is. Nothing is actually being shot at here. I don't even know. It could be that the craft in the distance is an actual craft. I don't know to what degree and how this was faked, except that it's been determined to be faked. Was there actual shooting someplace else? And then they combined the footage? I don't know. But those are what tracer rounds look like. Alexander says the object is real. The shots are faked. Do not go shoot at them because you will go to jail. But let's jump into this article here. And especially horrific if you end up shooting a craft that is being piloted from the craft itself. So it's manned. New Jersey lawmakers demand feds stop gaslighting, start shooting down the drones. I'm going to take a dip into this, and then we will talk about the actual much scarier event. Shoot to kill. A growing chorus of local officials in New Jersey and New York are demanding the feds stop gaslighting locals and finally shoot down a drone. Representative Chris Smith, a Republican of New Jersey, demanded Saturday the Pentagon open fire on the nearly 1,000 drones that have been spotted over the Garden State since November 18. So answers can be had. And this junky-looking thing is the Iran's, what is that? Mohajer 6 drone. Why can't we bag at least one drone and get to the bottom of this? Smith wondered aloud during a press conference in Seaside Heights. Why can't we even track a suspect drone to its origin? I'm going to tell you how scary this is. The best that we have to offer as far as tracking, some of the best, not the absolute, could not track these things. Very, very interesting new development in warfare. This has gone too far, says Hochul. She said in a terse statement, announcing that she asked federal authorities to authorize local police departments to shoot down the drones. Kathy Hochul, she's getting wild on us. Yosemite, she's getting Yosemite Sam up in New York. They echoed sentiments already expressed by concerned citizens and even President-elect Donald Trump, who said he wants the feds to shoot a drone out of the sky. Let the public know, and now urged Trump. Otherwise, shoot them down. Well, there is some problems with shooting them down. We could talk about that. We definitely have the equipment. There are a lot of even like space age looking futuristic weapons to take things out of the sky, but there are some problems. The rising rhetoric comes on the heels of more alarming sightings. Anti-Whiteism ends with you ask, which of those iterations of my screen name works for me? And they both turn orange, both with a space and without a space. Yiz is leaving for dinner. Merry Christmas. Good to see you. Good Yule. Be well. Make sure you tag me. And make sure you tag me. And let me know if you have any thoughts to add. Promethean Kitchen sent a couple here. Ardent Parody is here. Ardent Party, I'm sorry. Good to see you. This is an actual blue beam, but it's similar, says Anti-Whiteism ends with you. It's all distractions from real issues. Yeah, that's another one of the possibilities that this is all about distraction. But the question is distraction from what? There's a lot of opinion there as well. Anti-White Out is here. Santa Claus replaced this reindeer with drones, figuring drones would be faster, says Promethean Kitchen. Anti-Whiteism ends with you says he flew drones in the Marines 15 years ago. What were they like 15 years ago, man? I imagine 15 years ago, even the military drones of that time are quaint compared to much of what they're selling to the public. Stewart International Airport in upstate Newburgh closed its runways for an hour Friday night after 2 drones were seen overhead. Now, of course, that's very dangerous. The commercial airport is adjacent to a New York Air National Guard base where the 105th Airlift Wing is stationed. So there you have a commercial airport, totally illegal, and then another military base. New Jersey's largest utility, PSENG, petitioned the FAA to halt all air traffic over 2 of its nuclear power plants after drones were recently spotted over the sensitive sites. It is the first time the company has made such an appeal. Here's another image. Most disturbing of all, so over the power plant, most disturbing of all were accounts of the Jersey Shore, where the military provided credible reports. In one, a 47-foot Coast Guard cutter was tailed by 13 to 30 drones, the military branch confirmed. They were alerted to the drones over the Atlantic by the Ocean County Sheriff's Office, which actually deployed its own drone to track the mysterious aircraft. Shockingly, Ocean County Sheriff Michael Mastronardi said the law enforcement drone could not keep pace. And that's what we were hearing there. In fact, that might have been Mastronardi. Officials at Naval Base Weapons Station Earl, a highly sensitive base in New Jersey, also reported ongoing drone activity. So, highly sensitive naval weapons base reporting ongoing drone activity. So, that's real. You have a lot of people coming out saying, I see look, there's a drone right there. And it's clearly a helicopter or it's a plane, and maybe some people are seeing these drones. They must have been. But a lot of silliness, a lot of pranksters right now, a lot of fake videos going on right now. But these sightings are real. And technically, going back to 2019. They are real. Drones of unknown origin have been detected over Newark Airport, as well as nearby shipping yards, LaGuardia Airport, and the U.S. Army's Armament Research Development and Engineering Center, located at Picatinny Arsenal, New Jersey, Morris County. Through it all, federal officials have downplayed the disturbing sightings, dismissing them as misidentified manned planes like Cessnas. So, over these military bases, hogwash. Through it all, late Thursday, White House National Security Counsel John Kirby told reporters the drones were not Iranian, Chinese, or Russian, but actually normal helicopters and small planes. Flight records were being analyzed to confirm, he said. This is a satellite image of the Shahind drone ship in the Persian Gulf. This is, I guess, the Iranian. It looks like something like a bunch of necks could get together and build over a weekend. But make no mistake. Don't worry about it, Iran. Don't take it too hard, because they're getting rid of all the white guys here. On Democrat voters for DEI, although they're changing the name of it, inclusive growth and things like this. And then on the Republican side, they're getting rid of the white guys with something called meritocracy. So, Iran, don't worry. There won't be any white guys to be able to build shit like this. And you'll be able to take on the diversity team. How does Secretary Mayorkas, who infamously told us for years that our southern border was secure and closed when it was and is not, now insult our intelligence that we haven't seen anything unusual? Smith said Saturday. This is usual. I can almost feel like this is usual. How can it be? How can he and others like national security spokesman Kirby say we know of no threat? Meanwhile, the sightings mount in New Jersey alone. Between 19 and 13, there have been 964 reported drone sightings. They've also been seen over Manhattan and Staten Island, and the New York Police Department and FBI claim to be monitoring the issue. Smith told the Post this week his sources suspect the drones could be from foreign rivals. Quote, it could be Tehran. Oh, can we say somebody who got most of their money or support from AIPAC? It could be Russian. Putin. No one knows, he said. This is a potential threat. You have to, no, it's Nicaragua. It's obviously you have to consider what countries have the capabilities, the intelligence, the money, etc., the will. Iran cannot stop Israel from just doing whatever it wants to it. But sure, we're going to believe that Iran has snuck up on the United States so that you have this news to cite when you want to go after Iran for something else. How about keep America out of it? Take care of your own business. This is a potential threat to the people of my district, the state of New Jersey, and the nation. We need to get to the bottom of it. Oh, that's Van Drew. Look at him here. He's like, you want me to teach you how I whistle? I'll show you how I whistle. I can't whistle anymore. Once they fixed my tongue. Representative John, well, he's like he's whistling on his way to work. That's what it is. I whistle on my way to work. The Post and his high clearance sources within the U.S. government. Isn't he brand new? Isn't he a new congressman? And across the private sector contended that The drones could be part of an alliance between China and Iran, anything he can. So everybody knows that the jockeys over there in Iran, and they're not riding beautiful stallions, that they need some believability at it. And so just tack on there China. Something's very wrong, Van Drew said. We've got unidentifiable sophisticated drones as big as minivans, carefully. And that's, again, yeah, many people are saying size of a minivan, size of an SUV, size of a car, size of a small bus. Carefully navigating airspace that's not covered by radar in a very important part of the country. And still, a month later, we somehow don't know anything. And we're being told, don't worry, everything's okay. He speculated the drones could have come from an Iranian drone ships. Come on, he said mothership, but you didn't write that here? That's much more fun. Which were spotted this week in the Persian Gulf. Why can't something cool happen? Let's have a mothership pull up. Just something that isn't Claudine gay and fake for once. All right, what's Putin thinking right here? What's going through his mind? He's thinking, did they know I just crop dusted them? A dismissive federal statement flew in the face of a seemingly reliable eyewitness reports, including the worrisome encounter between a Coast Guard cutter and a fleet of drones in the waters off Island Beach. Is that a whole island that's a beach? Is that what it is? On Friday, sailors approached outside the U.S. Coast Guard station. Barnegat refused to speak to the Post about Monday's incident, instead offering knowing smiles. Coast Guard official confirmed the encounter, saying only that multiple low-altitude aircraft were observed by sailors and that no immediate threats or disruptions to operations were identified. Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating recent sightings in the 5 boroughs. We have NYPD detectives as well as FBI agents and state officials, and they're on it, said a spokesman. Carlos, who refused to provide specific details. FBI New York is aware of recent sightings of possible drones flying over, observed flying in multiple locations in the New York area, said the FBI. FBI advises you to call them if you see drones at their tip line. Van Drew, who likes to whistle while he works, told the Post that at a gathering of state officials this week in Trenton, federal investigators allegedly insinuated local authorities should take the drones out. So he said they had the temerity and the gall to tell local officials, local police departments, and firemen they should do something about shooting them down. So you know what's going to happen if one gets shot down? You're going to find Van Drew. Like, there's going to be a picture of Van Drew like sneaking over and putting a sticker of the Iranian national flag on it. And there's going to be somebody from AIPAC in the background that's going to be going like, well done. This is not an investigation for your municipal police force or for the county sheriff's office. Are you kidding me? I never seen anything like it. Firefighters in the state this week received guidance. Now they did. Is this going to be about the... Oh, no, this is just the guidance. There was a guy that called in and said a drone hit the power lines and crashed, and the fire department showed up, and everybody thought, okay, we're going to be able to find these. And he, by the way, he also said like 30 other drones showed up right after. What? To mourn the loss of their buddy? But nothing was found. What a surprise. I'm surprised he didn't then tell us that Bigfoot carried away the dead drone. Firefighters in the state this week received guidance from a New Jersey Division of Fire Safety not to approach any downed drones. Instead, local cops, the FBI hazmat teams, and bomb squads he summoned to the place, a document viewed. Okay, so yeah, they have to handle these things. They've got to put all their gear on. Representative Nicole Malliotakis of Staten Island, Brooklyn, told the Post she thinks there's more to the drones than what we're being told. Quote, a police officer and members of the Coast Guard saw these clusters of drones, so that doesn't make much sense to me. Even if all the drone sightings were indeed misidentified manned aircraft, it begs another question, Malliotakis said. Where are all of these additional aircraft coming from? The feds have been very lax with their response. This has been handled so poorly by the administration. Can we say white erased? Especially in this post-Chinese spy balloon world. The Fed's sluggish response to the drones doesn't make us seem like we are the most powerful country in the world, Van Drew said. To see us in this kind of shape, it's sad. President-elect Donald Trump can't get into office soon enough, he said, adding this would not be happening if Donald Trump was the president. We'd already have answers. What do y'all think? We would already have answers. We have, right away, we have Kathy the Hochul chiming in with this little piece. I'll bring that up in 1 second. But what else could this be? What else could be going on? Are you surprised to hear that in December of 2023, we had even larger swarms of drones, 10 to 20 feet in size, 10 to 20 feet in size, that flew in formation, that showed up exactly like these are showing up now. They flew in from the east, and there were hundreds of them, and said to have deployed from the drones quadcopters that then flew closer to the ground. Did you hear about this? They flew at over 100 miles an hour. At points, they descended from, what were they saying? 3,000 feet in altitude. 3,000 to 4,000 feet in altitude, all the way down to 100 feet in altitude. Swarms in formation that came in waves, releasing quadcopters as they reached destinations. And what did they fly over, you might ask? Well, just a few important structures in Virginia. Oceana, Norfolk, and the Air Force Base Langley, where we have, or had until they relocated, the F-22 Raptors sitting. Over a 17-day period, they came every day like clockwork. Hundreds, 10 to 20 feet in size, 3,000 to 4,000 feet, over 100 miles an hour, descending and moving in waves and unison, deploying their own quadcopters like clockwork. They would come in at dusk and then leave after, what was the amount of time that they were? I don't know that I have that they would fly over these. They would come in and fly over all of these three extremely extremely important bases for the United States, for our defense, for the United States' ability to extend its firepower and force around the world. You're talking about like the F-22s, one of the most sensitive intelligence gathering units for the entire United States. The base for Navy SEALs. The Norfolk, where you have an unimaginable amount of United States firepower flying over all of it. What happened? Well, the government came out, unlike now, and said, oh, yeah, this happened. This happened. 17 straight days. Everything I'm telling you here. Flew over everything. No idea what they were. No idea. Well, what did they do? When they flew in, the folks operating the radar had to adjust the radar to be able to see them for some reason. So they had to make adjustments to the radar, and I never operated radar, so maybe that's a normal thing. But nonetheless, they had to make adjustments because they couldn't see them without making the adjustments to the radar. They launched F-16s and tankers to refuel the F-16s. They launched a NASA jet specifically powered with the ability to track such things. And they tried to follow them and lost them. They disappeared off the radar. They disappeared off visual. They disappeared off the radar on the jets, on the NASA jet. Langley cooperated and worked with local law enforcement, who also lost track of them, even though they were coming like clockwork for 17 days. What are they? Anybody have any thoughts? The ranking admiral at the time, last year, was called into the base to observe this, and he saw it. No answer. He actually immediately retired. That's just an aside. That's just an aside. He's like, I'm going to go ahead and take retirement. Why not go ahead and leave now? These things were able to travel faster, farther, higher than anything that a hobbyist or commercial grade drone could do. The best tech that we have out there was unable to follow them home. No way it could be Iran. Possible, it could be China. A little less possible, it could be Russia. What would they be doing? Well, going all the way back to 2019, we have had destroyers out in the middle of the Pacific swarmed by drones over a period of a week. We had a base that houses surface-to-air missile defense for the United States swarmed by drones. Nuclear power plants swarmed by drones. The last one, though, was December that we know about of last year until this. Why would China or Russia be doing that? Like I mentioned earlier, having a look at the base would yield a lot of information to a lot of different parts of the military for both of those countries. They could be testing our response, evaluating the holes in the defense of this country. They could be making us numb to the presence of their drones, so that they show up weeks and weeks of swarming and showing up on like clockwork. Oh, by the way, the ones in Langley, Oceana, and Norfolk also had lights on them. Not every one of them, but they also had lights. You get us used to them showing up. And then when they deploy their little quadcopter things, those things fly out with explosives on them. And they destroy everything on the tarmac, everything they can get at, damage and destroy a lot of different things. But there's another possibility here. There's a possibility that this is a red cell operation. So a red cell is like a white hat hacker. The United States has used these types of operations in the past. And what it means is that the drones that are being flown in are owned by the United States. They are operated by the United States. And the purpose of the probing is to find the weaknesses in its own defense so that they can plug those weaknesses. The United States has done this a lot. It's used the Navy SEALs. It's used even retired special forces to do this in a lot of different ways, breaking into bases and physically, not digitally, but they've done that as well. So it could be a red cell operation as well. It could be that the United States are testing not the response, but the drones that belong to the United States. It could be that they're testing both their high-tech drones and the response, because maybe they have knowledge of what China or Russia already has and are anticipating that that could be a vector of attack. So there are a lot of possibilities here. The fact that these things are showing up around a lot of the military assets narrows the possibilities to a degree to really a foreign adversary or red cell or some other operation conducted by the United States. In fact, with what's happening here in New Jersey, are we seeing the United States evaluating the population's response to the spectacle, and local law enforcement and elected officials are evaluating their response? How would you know for sure how the population is going to act if China or Russia shows up flying in drones, mimicking normal aircraft, FAA compliant? How would you know for sure how the population and politicians and law enforcement are going to respond unless you carry out an operation? Maybe that is a possibility. So we can go from the extreme, vapid, mundane to the exotic. But if we're viewing all of these together, it does seem to limit a little bit the possibilities. Not necessarily a blue beam, not necessarily an alien invasion, although we could talk about that too. How the aliens might want to introduce themselves if it's possible. Are these drones scanning the ground for a dirty bomb? That has been theorized as well. A dirty bomb just in time for the inauguration. Rather than scanning, are these drones contaminating? There have been only maybe tangentially connected theft of very dangerous biologicals in places like Australia, suddenly just disappearing. Not saying that that would be the contamination, but is that the contamination? If they are contaminating, are they flying over and dropping some sort of virus or otherwise agent onto the population? Possibility there. Are people getting sick? Are they experiencing a strange illness heretofore unknown? And absolutely, kinfolk asking, are they a distraction? And if they're a distraction, what for? What are they distracting us from? Maybe the most mundane of the distractions, but nonetheless, in my opinion, really revealing a lot about the Democrats and the kind of people that they rub elbows with is the pardons and commutations, hundreds and hundreds that Biden is giving out to abject criminals that you would think, why would the president, how could this be that the most viewed, seen, powerful people rub elbows? Like, what's the connection to these rank criminals of the grossest sort, predators of children? What's the connection? Why are they freeing them? Why are they commuting their sentences? Biden pardoned or commuted the sentence of Judge Köhne, who accepted millions of dollars in kickbacks from a privately run detention facility. This judge was taking young people, children, teenagers, who had committed nothing offenses, and then giving them protracted sentences at a private prison where he was receiving massive kickbacks. And some of these kids killed themselves, including this teenager who was an all-star wrestler, and his mother confronts the judge here. In what circle does Biden rub elbows with this person?
You need to be. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Do you remember my son? An all-star wrestler? He's good. He shot himself in the heart. You scumbag.
A heartbroken, really an outraged mother lashing out at former Judge Mark Civarella. Now, her son, an all-star wrestler, killed himself after being sent to a juvenile detention facility for a minor drug offense. Now it turns out that Civarella was accepting money to do that, send kids away for cash. The former judge was convicted yesterday of 12 counts, including racketeering and money laundering. The judge remains free while he awaits sentencing.
Civarella, actually, is what they're saying here on CNN is the name. So hundreds and hundreds, over 1,000 hardcore criminal, are having their sentences commuted and pardoned right now by Biden. I mean, obviously, he pardons his son, who I guess, according to that laptop, I didn't go through it, but I saw the claims that he's having pedophilic sex with a relative and all of these other things. We're talking about the worst of the worst, the underbelly of society. And these people are walking. So are we being distracted from that? Are we being distracted from something much more interesting? Like I was alluding to earlier, some sort of a state of emergency to try to prevent Trump from taking office. What are your thoughts? What are we being distracted from? If it is all just a distraction. What about Kathy Hochul and what she just said? And they reported this on Fox News. Governor Kathy Hochul.
What they were seeing, but now the governor has taken notice. Kathy Hochul put out a statement saying, "This has gone too far. I am calling on Congress to pass the..."
Pass the what? You heard about this yet?
Counter UAS Authority Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act. This bill would reform legal authorities to counter UAS and strengthen the FAA's oversight of drones, and would extend counter UAS activities to select state and local law enforcement agencies. The Biden administration must step in by directing additional federal law enforcement to New York and the surrounding region to ensure the safety of our critical infrastructure and our people.
That's really fascinating. So what is this bill? HR 8610, the Counter UAS Unmanned Aerial System is what that stands for. Counter UAS Authority, Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act. To reauthorize and reform, this is directly from the bill, counter unmanned aircraft system authorities to improve transparency, security, safety, and accountability related to such authorities and for other purposes. You might have asked yourself, why didn't it occur to the Special Forces, Langley Air Force Base, Oceana, Norfolk, to just shoot these things down? Why didn't it occur to them to do it? They can't. What year was it? Was it 1878? Posse Comitatus. Somebody tell me, 1878, somewhere in there. Posse Comitatus was passed, and it's been amended and added to and expanded numerous times. I think the last time they added anything to it was in 2020, which regulates the ability of the federal government to use its military for or against, but primarily for a civilian purpose. If these drones, say at Langley, for example, they flew in and attacked Langley, the military could destroy them all. But if they fly in for the purpose of spying, they're under posse comitatus. The United States government, the military, can't engage them under the current legal system. There's nothing they can do except try to follow them, which they lack the complete ability to do. So you then have to ask yourself, are the drones by the U.S., for the U.S., for the purpose of changing the law so that this specific act, H.R. 8610, can get passed in 2025 so that the feds will have the ability, the legal ability, to take out drones. They're going to have to develop new systems, though, because even though we have all of this wonderful tech, firepower from the ground, directed energy weapons, firepower from the air, the ability to jam the signal, even attempt to take over, the ability to fly another drone up beside a drone and detonate it and they both get destroyed. Even though we have all of this and more, all that crap is going to rain down, killing you. Best case scenario would be that the debris rains down on a base and they're able to alert personnel to get into some protective areas. Maybe it destroys some of the equipment, etc., on the ground. But what's far more likely, especially at altitude, is that the garbage rains down on densely populated areas, killing people all over the place. So there need to be new systems. When it comes to jamming, like old school EMC jamming, that's all well and good. Maybe they could take over the craft, but here's the problem: you screw up 911 calls. You could screw up a lot of things in the civilian world. So they're going to need legal authority to be able to do that. Best case scenario are new systems that can fly a drone, another drone up, or drones, or helicopter, or definitely if it's going to be swarms, like somewhat seeing in New Jersey, saw abundantly and robustly in Virginia, something to be able to blast it all out of the sky. And when the bits fall down on civilians, it's going to have to be legal for it to do. But best case scenario, you have the development of counter weapons where maybe you could imagine something like nets that are deployed off the bottom of other drones or helicopter or etc. And they're able to catch it in a net and drag it back. That, of course, is clumsy as all hell. Not nearly as good as you need it to be. But so that's why they don't just shoot things down. It's illegal, number one, for the government to do that, according to Posse Comitatus. And it is also extremely dangerous to life and limb and property for the pieces. Remember, these aren't your little quadcopters, which if that thing fell down 200 feet up and hit you, you're dead. So we're talking about great big things, big pieces, heavy pieces that would do a lot of damage. So let me see, do I have the other consideration here? So is this all part of getting rid or amending, not getting rid, but amending Posse Comitatus so that the government can address these threats? Could it be a couple of things? Could it be they're testing drones and U.S. drones, and it's a red cell operation to test bases, and it's going to be used so that they can say in 2025, hey, remember when we could never answer what happened in New Jersey in December or Virginia the December before? Well, we need this in place so that our bases can be safe. Could it also be that Congress has been trying, and just failed recently, and Slaughts alluded to this earlier, that they want to ban the drones? Why would they want to ban the drones? Because 70+% of drones are made by a single company, DJI, and another one by robotics. What is it? Something robotics. Actual. Which happens to also be Chinese. So you have the vast majority of drones produced for hobbyists and commercial use are made by DJI and Actual Robotics, both of which are Chinese companies. And with how advanced China has become and how America's falling behind thanks to white erasure, just saying, have a look inside, investigate, see if we're able to steal the imagery off of these things, see if we're able to take control of them and then fly from a private homeowner, hobbyist, and fly them over a base and take images. See if we're actually doing any of this. And America apparently has not been taking them up on this offer, probably because of white erasure. And we're just not savvy enough to ascertain whether or not they can steal the images off of these things. So, as we watch another bill move through Congress, we have from Reuters here, Congress could ban new drones from 2 Chinese manufacturers. People who are into drones can tell me, if DJI is 70+%, what is Actual Robotics added to that? And then what's left of the drone market? Let's have a look. Washington, December 9. China-based DJI and Actual Robotics could be banned from selling new drones in the United States market under an annual military bill set to be voted on later this week by the House of Representatives. 1,800-page bill says National Security Agency must determine within 1 year if drones from DJI or Actual Robotics pose unacceptable national security risks. DJI, the world's largest drone manufacturer that sells more than half of all U.S. commercial drones, said if no agency completes the study, it would be automatically added to the Federal Communications Commission's covered list. DJI said that would mean the company would be prevented from launching new products in the U.S. market through no fault of its own, but simply because no agency chose to take on the work of studying our products. Does this have something to do with it? Does all of the above have something to do with it? Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. Because we got one more possibility outside of aliens. Russ is here. Posse Comitatus is about using military against U.S. citizens. A foreign invader does not fall under that prohibition. Precisely. If you can't identify the swarms coming in, then you don't know that it's a foreign invader legally. That's why they feel the need to amend it so that they can include potential spying on the part of an invader or an adversary, I guess I should say, not invading at that point, or maybe you consider the spying, I doubt they do, as invasion, so that they can address it. Otherwise, the base has to wait until it's being attacked. Regular JJ is here. Says liability is a problem, but they could hang out along the coast. It would certainly diminish the possibility of debris and shrapnel killing someone, but it wouldn't eliminate it. Let me see if anybody else has tagged me. Maybe Joe is getting kickbacks for pardons, says Slots. Yeah, maybe so. Passing it along to his family. I don't think anti-whites need to, but I mean, could you imagine if I were in a position to commute someone's sentence? I'm in no contact with the scum of the earth. And if the scum of the earth showed up and they said, hey, how about a commutation? I would not speak with them, obviously. These are the circles they run in with. They run in circles with these people. They know them. It's insane. It's insane that it's on display every time, every end of a president's tenure, that it's on display every single time that they free the worst of the worst in the population. And everybody just keeps chugging along. Well, of course. What do you mean, well, of course? How do they fucking know them? Do you know any child rapists? I know, we're on YouTube and that's a protected group. And some of them people are wonderful people. I understand. But do you know any? Do you know any drug lords? Do you know anybody sending children to a for-profit prison? Good people don't know these kind of people. There's no overlap at all. So it's amazing. It really amazes me. Azimuth Clark is here. He says that in Pennsylvania, so corrupt, the judges and lawyers own the prisons. Yeah, that's wow. JB from Florida is here. Good to see you, brother. I don't think anti-whites need to specify a specific purpose for distraction, since it's all abstractions, anti-white distractions. Well said. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Blue Beam, asks Henry. It is psychological warfare to occupy us with things we can't control. That is not what it's claiming will happen in the future. That's the thing in and of itself. To invest time and money and thought and conversation with others about that is to be ensnared in the psychological warfare trap. That is exactly how psychological warfare is supposed to operate. Keep the population occupied with things they can't do anything about, is in the past, is always in the future, etc. And also things they can never have in order to be able to do X, Y, or Z with. That is the psychological warfare. So if you take a step back from the anti-white narrative and you look at it, it becomes clearer that, wow, that is the thing in and of itself, not what it's warning the population about, that the elites are going to do. That is the thing. So keep that in mind when you hear these kinds of stories. It's like one of those epiphanic moments where it really feels like you've been hit when you get it. You're suddenly like, oh shit. Especially for those who have been really deep, like up to their eyeballs in the lore of things like Project Bluebeam. And they say to themselves, I have been entranced by this for however many decades. And oh my God, that is the thing in itself. I couldn't do anything about it. It's never happened. It's always in the future, even though every 5 years I'm told it's going to happen again in 5 more years, and 5 more years, and 5 more years. When you realize that, you're really beginning to wake up. You really have an opportunity to step off the pages of the anti-white narrative. Sloth says he agrees on the red cell assessment. Lemur is here. Good to see you. There's another possibility. We got legislation. We got 2 big pieces of legislation in 2025 will probably be past lickety split. They'll be able to say New Jersey, Virginia. We didn't know what those were. We couldn't stop them. Etc. Amend posse comitatus so the military can take them down. Get rid of all of the drones. Ban all of these Chinese-made drones in the United States. Because America no longer has the white guys to sit down and figure out, is this thing going to be able to be taken over by the Chinese and its pictures uploaded to the Chinese Communist Party from wherever people are flying them across? They know, look, in Langley, for example, when the admiral went there to view these drones coming in, they said all the time civilian hobbyists like quadcopters fly over the base all the time. And they said sometimes it's a civilian who is curious and they don't know that there are ramifications or not. Sometimes it's a hobbyist that accidentally flies up over the base, but it happens all the time. Literally 1,000 times a year. And it goes up a little more each year as more people own drones. Well, if the vast majority of 90% of the drones in the market are Chinese, and the Chinese can extract all that imaging, they're effectively having the population do the spying for them everywhere you can imagine across the United States. So that's the thinking. I'm not saying I'm like on board or off board or whatever. I'm just telling you that's the thinking. Is there also a motive that they don't want civilians to be able to own drones, their own drones, and fly them up over and see what the government is up to? Probably, especially since there are anti-whites in almost all the nodes of power. So there probably is an element of that as well. But I can see the arguments on both sides. Missing 411 is here. Killer Hornets. I think I see some people talking about solar power for drones or something. No, I think that military drones are nuclear in that they are deriving their power from degrading nuclear material. I mean, you have to imagine they're going to be within the realm of possibility, but way ahead of what we in the civilian world know. So probably, how long does the power last on a military, the real secret stuff? Probably 80 years. I mean, who knows? Do you really think it's like running on your cell phone battery? Obviously, no. Plot twist. It's the Canadians getting ready to drop radioactive maple syrup bioweapons, says Ardent Party. Wouldn't that be something? Canada decides, what do you mean state, eh? We're not going to be a state or two states of the United States. Dennis says, okay, I got you on the big screen, relaxing with no white girls. God bless you, brother. You're a champ. All right. Ardent Party says, I have no thoughts about the drones, but I did make some amazing pork chops for supper. I wish I'd been there. Western Blur is with us. Hello and welcome. Good universal MC for many situations. Quote, since the question is asked, in the spirit of anti-whiteism, I repudiate it and refuse to waste my people's time with it. That's beautiful. Let's take that one down. I'm going to try that one out. Yeah, I like that. Let's save that one for me to try out. Ken Folks says, I would like Amazon to get to keep their drones. Well, they probably would. Somehow. We wouldn't be able to, but Amazon would. And let's remember, a super based old white guy down in Florida decided not long ago when he saw a drone over his house, he was just going to shoot the damn thing. Good old red-blooded white guy went and got his firearm, went outside and took a shot and took the Amazon drone out of the sky. And the police came, and all of this is on body cam. And the old man was just cool as a cucumber, having a little bit of a laugh about it. Said, asked if he was going to have to go down to the station, and he said, sure. The police officer, a woman, totally not knowing how to do her job, she walks up, she said, did you do it? And he's like, yeah, I shot it. And then she didn't know what to say. She said, I've never had anybody be so honest. The best part was, though, as they sank the final cuff into his second wrist, he yelled, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. So let's build a statue to this based white guy. statue to this old white guy. If we could all be like the old white guy. We need to make a video out of him. That was really cool. But we're not done. One more possibility. Is the government hitting us up with some unintentionally with some brand new tech? Let's see. Do I have any pictures of their brand new tech? Would you like to see the cockpit of their brand new tech? Is this some of what's being seen in New Jersey? Now, this is not what happened in Langley, in Virginia. But is this what's being seen in part in New Jersey? How do you like that? That's pretty neat looking, isn't it? This is where the pilot sits up front. Looks like at least 2 more seats. Would you like to see the whole thing? Have you seen this yet? That's pretty cool. This, my friends, is produced by a company called Archer, which just signed an agreement with the United States Air Force to test these things for military application. Company is owned by Stellantis, which makes automotive parts, and they invested a little over $250 million into this company, Archer. This, my friends, is called the Midnight. And as you can see, this is where your pilot sits, a manned aircraft. 6 propellers along the back that do not articulate, and then 6 on the front that do for forward motion. in the current articulation, able to fly, hover with no problem, just like we're seeing in New Jersey. These also are outfitted with the FAA compliant lighting. In other words, they have a red light for starboard and green for port on the other side, flashing light underneath and at the tail. How many cup holders? As many as you want, I guess. Is this what people are seeing? Is this the cool thing that people are seeing accidentally in the skies? The Midnight by Archer in new contract with the United States Air Force for use, possible use for the military. And there's also a potential commercial application for the wealthy to use this as a taxi, effectively, to fly over the troubled and crowded streets. This is about the size that people are saying, isn't it? About the size of a car, SUV, small bus. You can get a better understanding of the size by just imagining that a full-grown man is sitting in this portion right here. Is this the thing that people are seeing? Midnight by Archer, owned by Stellantis. A pretty cool possibility, isn't it? Spartan, cup holders are essential. Only thing I wanted to say about aliens, and I wanted to get your input as well, is if it's aliens, if aliens were to show up and want to speak with us, want to meet us, how would they go about introducing themselves to us? Now, space is infinite, and if you've seen that math, maybe I'll remember the guy who actually made the formula years ago. I think it was from Cornell, maybe. And the formula is meant for people who don't believe that intelligent life that could be spacefaring could exist in the cosmos. So it takes like, here are the number of stars, here are the number, is it Drake? Was that the guy's name? The number of stars that we estimate to have planets, the number of that, and it's always cutting down by percentages, that have planets in the Goldilocks zone where life could arise, as we understand it. Of course, it could arise otherwise. And then develop an intelligent society, do not destroy themselves. Again, always taking away massive percentages of the overall number. Was it Frank Drake? And at the end of the equation, you think there can't be any numbers left. It's got to be like 3 spacefaring per galaxy, like just the Milky Way galaxy. Forget about a galaxy like Andromeda, infinitely larger. And these galaxies have been around far longer than our galaxy. Many of them, obviously. Many, many. And it ends up being some insane number of advanced civilizations, beings, that pass through all of this just in the Milky Way alone. Now, we have the problem of the massive distance, but you could fathom very easily that even with those great distances, if you have a space-faring intelligence, that they will eventually going to show up places. And this is not even contemplating a bunch of these weird mathematics where they speculate about wormholes, and you don't even need that kind of stuff. Eventually, they would arrive at other places. If we were to arrive, and I'm just tossing this out there for you to think about, if we were to arrive at an advanced civilization, intelligent beings, but let's say they're traveling around with like stagecoaches or the equivalent, pulled by some other kind of animal, would an introduction really work by landing a Elon Musk rocket right in the middle of their village? Would we even begin to be able to communicate with them? Would they not be terrorized and terrified of us for generations and generations and generations? Might we, as a consequence, build something that looks kind of like a stagecoach? Kind of like the thing that they're already using to show up? Maybe. So that it would be familiar? So that they might think it's something from their planet, but more advanced than themselves? Might that be the way that we would introduce ourselves? Maybe. For those out there, I know there are a lot of people who get really frightened by the prospect of extraterrestrial life and it coming to planet Earth. And so as a consequence of their fear, they decide, oh, I'm just going to deny that it exists, deny that it's possible, deny it all. For those who are really terrified, just know this, that if there are and or have been any intelligent spacefaring civilizations of other creatures that have shown up, they have obviously come in peace, or they are here in peace, because if they weren't, they would have just offed us right away. With that kind of tech, it would have been probably very easy to just take care of the local population of beings, to do with them whatever they want, eat us, whatever it is. Some of us are probably tasty. Others are probably pretty disgusting. But as far as I'm concerned, if any of them showed up with a hostile intent, they would just do it. It would be done. So if there are any here or have been, then they didn't take us out. So it would have been in peace. They would have been exploring, examining. It would be extremely fascinating, I'm sure, for them, as it would be for us, to come across intelligent beings elsewhere in the cosmos. So might they decide to show up in craft that look a little bit more or identical to the kind of things that we are flying and driving around? Maybe. There are a lot of possibilities to this. And at a minimum, it's fun to think about something a little different than the usual. Regrettably, the most probable is that the government is distracting, it's trying out new weapons, it's testing its own facilities, it's exploring the way the population reacts. It is setting up the reasons, the fulcrum for legislation, some of which might be legitimate for national security, some of which, maybe even the most of which, might be to take our liberties away and restrict the ability of the population to peer into or onto or investigate what those in the nodes of power in the government are actually doing. A giant dash of pranksters in the form of people launching their own quadcopters, people producing AI made or they're making it themselves, bogus videos to get themselves views, to make themselves popular, to get themselves attention. It's probably a mixture of that. But I'm probably with most of you. If this ends up being as banal as it seems like it's going to be, I'm going to be really irked. So let's play some music.
Shatter in the dawn's glare. Preach your hate, I see your despair. A marionette of a broken creed. Do you know what you really need? Do you feel proud? Locked in your chains, feeding on guilt, rotting your veins. You're a virus that stains our name. Trap filled, playing their game. Twist the truth, but you can't hide your hollow creed and shame inside. A puppet lost without a guide. Do you even know how far you've lied? Do you feel proud? Locked in your chains, feeding on guilt, rotting your veins. You're a virus that stains our name. Trap filled, playing their game. You flaws the mask completely cracked. Can't face the truth, your soul's attacked.
Aliens exist on Premium Rumble. That he's been meaning to tell me that his name on Rumble is just a play on words and that he actually does not believe in space aliens.
Can you see through the lies they give, or are you just another soul to sieve? Dying in the filth, you say you'll live. Pathetic, that's your destiny. Blind to the light that lets you see your exit, your own disease. Will you break and finally go free? Cause your heart's still beating, the cage you built, restrained by a system soaked in guilt. Just a mere symptom of a deeper ill, trapped in the regime with the violence.
Big A160 says that he sees aliens every day at Home Depot. That's the Great Slots, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for the Great Slots. Epic tunes. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to cover the conservatives relishing and celebrating the death, the exclusion, the ostracization of white identity after we take a look at our swashbuckling victories. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for that. It's going to be a shocker. There's a little bit of an education there, and we will see you shortly.
I'm gonna make a Christmas song. I'm gonna sing it for you. We're gonna spread the Yuletide cheer, and you'll be singing it too. My honey, she caught me under the mistletoe. Those bells ring, I'm listening. The snow outside is glistening. It's cold out, but inside, logs crackling warm beside them. The family all a Christmas song. I'm gonna sing it for you. We're gonna spread the Yuletide cheer, then you'll be singing it too. That starlight, it glows bright on top our Christmas tree. Nutcrackers and tinsels hang by the popcorn string. Wrapped presents are shaking, the children smiling, waiting. Be careful, don't break them. Dad Santa imitating.
Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. That was the great ForNull. Celebrate the great ForNull first, ladies and gentlemen. The champion of champions. Another epic tune. These are the swashbuckling celebrations. So I want everybody to get involved right now. Get out your raucous emojis. Make it loud, make it proud. This is what sets the Church of the West off from everything and everyone else, is that we are actually doing things to change, not just observe. Nothing wrong with observing what's going on in the world and commenting on it, but we are also actively putting our shoulder into changing not only our own lives, but the world that we live in for the better. Celebrate Franklinator. Let's get them out. Raucous emojis on your feed. Big celebration for the Franklinator. All the hard work he does over there on Donald Trump, we hope it's not Trump Jr. channel every single week, communicating the lexical dialectical power of the go-free dialogic of the Church of the West, and those being shared with Donald Trump and causing Donald Trump to use anti-white in a Time magazine interview, that there is much too much anti-white sentiment in the country. Can't be allowed either. Franklinator would like to thank Ivan and Biospirit of the West this week, who also attended the Donald Trump Jr. show. God bless these heroes. Let's get it out. While we're celebrating those three gentlemen, let's also celebrate the totality of the outreach team, the OT, headed up by Biospirit of the West, doing an epic job week after week, month after month, year after year, coming to the end of 2024, setting the stage, preparing for the reclamation of the destiny of Western kind. It is owed to these people, many of whom are just silently working away, contributing their time, their efforts, their intelligence, and we really do love and appreciate them and every effort that they put forth, because that is what is changing our world for the better. Otherwise, there is nothing. Everything else is headed downhill, as you'll see when we get into conservatives and their thoughts, some of their thoughts. And we'll be seeing more of that, of course, in the next 4 years as the Republican Party becomes more and more the Democrat Party, and the Republican voters seek to amend and adjust their behavior according to the anti-white narrative and its moral matrix. We'll be seeing them seeking to exclude all white people who care about white well-being. We have to make the best use of our time. Thank you for Franklin for also getting together so many of these, which is only a portion of our victories every single week. God bless you, Franklin. We want to also celebrate the great Schwartz. Not only did he make the song, the one before last that we just listened to, but he also has a thread running on Twitter. It's a metaphor called Dandelions. The Dandelions. I read it. It was really good. I really like this new. It's a creative approach to try to bring people in, to try to understand on X what is happening to our people and explaining things in a different way. Let's give it up for the great Slots, the hero god man. Crowns for him and gems. 07s, 96s, 96. Let's get some 96s. Make sure you also, it is the Christmas Yuletide season. Let's make sure we have some Christmas trees, some presents, balloons, whatever else that we have. Your big celebration for all of these people. Let's get into some of these images that we have so we can get back to our news items. We have here the great one of Western kind, the swashbuckling commander par excellence. Here he is over on iHypocrite. iHypocrite had posted this, says YouTube will be limiting access to fitness videos for European teens. And here's why. Well, they don't want white people to be healthy, of course. One of Western kind came in and from Eye of Hypocrite's audience garnered over 20,000 views, hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets by writing this. They're not doing it in the interest of white well-being, that's for sure. YouTube pushes anti-whiteism and white erasure. All of these people, we like iHypocrite a lot. He doesn't use the lexicon or the dialectics. So this is glorious that his audience can see these things and agree, and it's all due to the hard work of swashbuckling leaders like one of Western kind. Here he is back again, this time over on Surf and his audience. How many of the Surf's audience saw this comment from one of Western kind, swashbuckling extraordinaire? 35,000 plus and growing. Thousands of likes, thousands and retweets. One of Western kind writes this: white erasure, breakdown of social cohesion due to multiracialism and demoralization of remaining whites due to anti-whiteism, the anti-white narrative. Surf was asking, why isn't it like this anymore? What happened? What changed? Showing this beautiful, picturesque scene from a mall in times past. It used to be Universal. One of Western kind, spitting truth, spitting fire like venom on folks so they get it right. It's because of white erasure. It's don't complain about another group of human beings. It's because of white erasure, the breakdown of social cohesion due to multiracialism. Brilliantly. This is a brilliant use of the dialectics. We need more people like one of Western kind and these other swashbuckling champions. We need more champions in this Church of the West if we are going to effectuate a future in which our children are not just preyed upon, running for their lives, and doing everything they can to be at war with the white race to try to prove in their own existence, to try to prove that they're okay to their victimizers. Here we have one of Western kind over on, is this Sprinter Family post? Joy of Syrian citizens living in Stockholm, Sweden after the fall of Bashar al-Assad. And one of Western kind garnering over 23,000 views, thousands of likes and retweets. Again, this one hero. This is like the stories of our heroes, where just a single hero steps up and changes everything. Writes this: imagine that's a small faction of just one ethnicity of non-whites in one Swedish city. Sweden has been horrendously white erased. Take a look at that massive crowd there. This is not what our country should look like. And we know it. We need to be able to talk about it the right way, in a way that empowers us. And one of Western kind is supplying that salvation, that redemption for our brothers and sisters. Here you have, the most lamentable, Caitlin Clark. And this is one of Western kind responding to Steve in, is that Man? And what does he get here? Another almost 24,000 views and climbing. 24,000 views from this other, but look at all of these views put together that one of Western kind has done by himself. This guy has wings. Hundreds of likes and retweets. What did he write? Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. No white guilt ever. Anti-whiteism has no place anywhere. And that was in response to the poster writing, never apologize for your race. F that and F you for being ashamed of it. And we'll get into this. Another white person turning on the white race. Here you have the great Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. First of all, the very opening song of this Christmas season get-together, this gathering of Church of the West, was another one of the creations of the great Anglo-Saxon NWG under Benny Johnson, who also refuses to use the lexicon and dialectics. But you have over 1,000 of his audience members giving a like and 33 replies just so far to the comment, who else is sick of this anti-white regime? The population, there is a massive, very significant part of the white population and non-white population that agrees with the things that we say and do and the moral stances we take here, even though the conservative content creators like Benny Johnson, giant cucks out there, refuse to give them what they want, do everything they can to steer them in another direction. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG again over there on Benny Johnson. 735 likes, 17 replies and climbing. Anyone else sick of this anti-white regime? Clearly, Benny Johnson's audience wants to hear that, even though he keeps, with all his might, steering them in another direction. Again, Benny Johnson, Anglo-Saxon NWG, going through there with a sword of fire. Who else is ready to move past this disastrous anti-white regime? Almost 1,000 likes on that, 14 replies. Big time, double, quadruple 07, triple 07 to Anglo-Saxon NWG. Cool Papa J Magic was a living god this past week. Here he is over there on Matt Walsh, who has been ordered by his boss, Benny, the anti-white Shapiro, to not use the lexicon anymore. But it doesn't matter because Cool Papa is there. Quote, restorative justice, close quote, is one of many code words for anti-whiteism. Same applies to virtually all modern terminology that includes the word justice, perfectly put in quotes. Matt knows this. Over 237 likes and climbing. But we're only getting started. More trees, more 007s, more quadruple 07s for this swashbuckling commander. Here he is over on Random. Oh, this is a random channel. He says, complaining about Trump and white people is all she does. Is Joy Reid, an entire career built on anti-whiteism. 215 likes to that. Now, note, our swashbuckling champions are not going in there and sharing abstractions. Just note that. Note that. These are not members of this community that are giving the likes. Never forget that. These are people who are having the power of the Go Free lexicon and dialectic impressed upon them by these heroes. Well done. Here you have him again, Cool Papa J Magic. He's over on the Daily Akkad. And here he says, and that, of course, is extraordinary abstractionizing. But what does this audience? Almost 800 already of that audience with Sargon of Akkad there to hear nothing but abstractions are giving a like to Cool Papa J Magic, swashbuckling through there like the divine being that he is. We have to be talking about anti-whiteism, and James Lindsay refuses. So Sargon was being critical of James Lindsay, but he wasn't saying it like it is, the truth, in a way that will benefit our people and therefore everyone who lives in Western civilization. Cool Papa ends with, he clings to abstractions. My God, powerful dialectic by this hero, Cool Papa J Magic. He ain't done though. He's over here on the Lotus Eaters. More abstractionizing community. Over 200 of them giving a thumbs up to Cool Papa squashing this. White erasure isn't happening in all of our countries. the "it's not about race," close quote, crowd, it's happening in all of our countries. The "it's not about race" crowd needs to be quiet and sit down. Here's a chair, now shush. Oh my goodness. Cool Papa J Magic spitting fire as the audience catches its breath on our celebrations. Epically done. Telling these fools to just shush, zip it, zip it. We're tired of this "it's not about race" from the cuck-servatives. And let's can call them these anti-white cuck-servatives. Let's call them what they are. Let's shame them. Let's humiliate them. Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is again on Lotus Eaters. Groups of people are not interchangeable, and our value systems are not universal. This is brilliant dialectic. It's brilliant, it's truthful, it's visible for everybody to see. He continues, swashing. Countless times, we've been shown that peoples from around the world are not interested in adopting our way of life, and yet half of our people are still convinced that it's somehow our fault when they don't thrive on their own in an environment built by us and for us. Stupendous dialectic. He swashes further. It's time to stop perpetuating this erroneous notion that being Western is, quote, just a set of beliefs and principles. My God, close quote. Really on your feet for this. That is so genius, so brilliant, so perfectly articulated in this epic swash by Cool Papa J Magic. 183 people giving it a like and growing. God bless the work of this hero. So very true. Yeah, being Western is not just a set of ideas. He ain't done though on Lotus Eaters. Almost 600 likes from the folks showing up to hear these people redirect you away from what's really happening to something that will continue our victimization, which is nothing but abstractions. Cool Papa J Magic says the well-being of white people is the well-being of Western civilization. I'm getting up for that. I'm getting up for that. I'm fired up for that. Quadruple 07's Christmas Trees of Love for Cool Papa J Magic. He swashes, we are unique, and we seem to be the only ones who don't understand this. Anti-whiteism has really done a number on us. So very true. Show the man some love. Here he is on Matt Walsh again. I told you this was the week. This guy decided to show that he was actually a living God. 328 likes, 9 replies. Generally speaking, whenever the left wing says they want unity or to, quote, find common ground, they mean they want the conservatives to accept their anti-white positions without so much as a complaint. When they say that conservatives are being divisive, they mean that we are resisting victimization or contradicting their anti-white narrative. All perfectly true and brilliantly stated. Once you see it, it all begins to make sense. That is magnificent. That is a magnificent hero. And then we have this person think acts like the left doesn't say things about ending, and of course it's the white race, not whiteness. That is a meme pathogen that we never use. Powerful by the Cool Papa J Magic. On Matt Walsh again, 157 likes and climbing. Penny has been acquitted, thank God. But we can't continue to ignore the reason he was put through this in the first place. Anti-whiteism is ubiquitous in our so-called justice system, as well as our media entertainment industry, government, academia, and throughout the corporate sphere. So basically everywhere. This was never just about Penny, just like 2020 wasn't about Chauvin. It's about all of us. When a case like this is handled publicly, all white people are on trial with the persecuted. I thank God for this victory, but we have a long way to go and a lot of work to do to root this out. The anti-whiteism, as I say, 157 likes and climbing. from the Matt Walsh audience, which has been ordered to not hear from Matt Walsh the concepts that liberate them. Over on Matt Walsh, again, 267 likes from the Cool Papa J Magic. He can swash through with a cut to this and a cut to that. It can be broad, it can be narrow. The ideology is called anti-whiteism, not woke, putting it in quotes because it's not real, or DEI, in quotes, brilliantly done. You're looking at almost 300 people and growing where they are trying deliberately on that platform to steer white people away and good non-white people away from recognizing that the purpose is to victimize white people, to turn it into an abstraction, and therefore for the victimization to continue. We're going to be looking at that in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. King Dice, oh my gosh, King Dice again. We'll be looking at that in just a moment. But before we get there, Hans the Skipper over here on World by Wolf. And how many people on his audience? Working on 13,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets. Hans the Skipper swashes through with this. Anti-whites have no trouble holding contradictory positions at the same time. Perfectly articulated dialectic. Well done, swash, Captain. It's necessary when your conclusion must always be anti-white, irrespective of the input. Oh, wow. That's some brilliance shining through. The light of his blade blinds our victimizer as Hans the Skipper cuts through the Bravo Sierra. Beautifully done, brother. Here we have I am yes, you are no getting on board. So we're going to celebrate him. It's not exactly right, but we're getting there. 20, or how many is that? 32,000 views, thousands of likes. He says, of course, they choose a photo from the last century of a white family to maintain the anti-white narrative. That is the oppressive narrative that we all live under in the West, irrespective of the political regime in office. This shows some love to I am yes, you are no. God bless you. Thank you for that, brother. You just got to get rid of that hyphen. Otherwise, well done. We are almost ready to move back to the news. But before we do, we're going to hear from the great King Dice.
Shock and awe of Donald Trump becoming the president again begins to wear off. They may actually start getting more strict and more manipulative because society is likely going to get even more polarized, with each side digging into their positions and difficult issues regarding race, mass immigration, demographic changes, and transgenderism dominating the political landscape. The left may never stop scheming, and for many years now, they've wanted to criminalize what they call hate speech in America, just like other supposed free countries around the world have, including Canada, Germany, England, Scotland, and others. Those countries arrest people for posting things on social media that hurt people's feelings or undermine the liberal agenda. Not death threats or harassment, which any reasonable person can agree should be illegal and is, but things like insulting gay people or being too critical of the Islamization of Europe from all the Muslim refugees that have flooded the West, or for posts deemed anti-Semitic. Anti-Christian hate speech is always allowed, though, and anti-whiteism, because the left always has double standards.
On your feet for the King Dice. Anti-whiteism used there. That's the most important, but he's not done there over this past week.
Anti-whiteism too, and in Kansas City, a firefighter was awarded $850,000 because he was discriminated against for a promotion because he's white. And of course, the media has tried to downplay the significance of this, saying, well, he says he didn't get the promotion because he's white. No, he was a victim of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which we're throwing in the trash can in 2025.
Show this man some love, ladies and gentlemen. That is the great King Dice, using the concepts and the lexicon and the dialectics, sprinkling them in, spreading them to our brothers and sisters, recapturing the world that has been taken from us. We'll be right back. Wow. Let's just keep rolling right here. Thank you all so much for celebrating. We're going to keep rolling with some celebrations, though, for the financial gifts that have reached the level $20 or more to celebrate. And the very first one we're going to celebrate, anonymous, $150. Let's show some love for anonymous. $150 for white, a testimonial to the triumphant work that we are doing here, the transformative work that we are doing that truly empowers the individual unlike anything that has ever been seen before. Thank you so much, anonymous. Let's also head on over to the Dude Bro Moment platform, where Dude Bro Moment has financially gifted $50. Big salutes. Big salutes. This man, a true champion, swashbuckling, descended, riding Pegasus champion, $50. He keeps showing up for white well-being. Does this guy have a heart? Does this guy have a heart? A testimonial, endless testimonials for the success of the work that the Go Free Dialogic does for white well-being. Dude Bro Moment, the only man standing over here on Entropy. If you are over there and I'm not seeing you right now, let me know on one of the other platforms by tagging me. I still want to hear from you over the course of the gathering. What's left here? Over the course of the gathering. We also want to celebrate Corey. Corey is over here on Cash App. Big salutes. Big salutes. $50 as well. The great Corey. Good to see you, brother. Thank you. So never backing down, he says, to anti-whiteism. We're making a commitment. Every single person in this Church of the West. And that's what we are. We're a congregation. We are the Church of the West. Corey, standing tall. Thank you so much, good brother. Let me make sure we don't have any others that we are missing to celebrate. And we will get to the other financial gifts and those who tag me as No White Guilt after we take a look at the news that we didn't get to about conservatives. And before that, though, we are going to dip into the mailbag. We're going to dip into the mailbag because we got mail in the mailbag. Take a look at this. Merry Christmas. And it's Scooby-Doo. It's Scooby. Merry Christmas. What do we find inside? We celebrate our hero here, our champion, Gary. $100 from Gary. $100 and a revelation here as well. A question finally resolved in this community. He says, Jason, wishing you a Christmas season full of No White Guilt that never ends. You have a great show, exclamation point, writes Gary. God bless. Merry Christmas 2024. Stay strong, brave, and smart. Gary. P.S. he says, hope you liked the cardinal blanket. Oh, now we know. Gary, thank you so much. We've wondered. $100 financial gift. God bless you. Thank you so much. If you all remember, we were trying to figure out where that wonderful blanket came from. Now we know. God bless you, Gary. Thank you so very much. Big salutes. Big salutes. That's been a mystery for quite a little while. And thank you. A true hero, Gary, in the house. Let's keep it rolling, though, because the time is flying and we want to get to, oh goodness, nice things over here. And we want to get to the news, and we want to get to your comments, and we want to get to the lesson of today, which is PTP, potential to power. I also want to I want to say Mondays are for the dragons. Don't forget. And we will get to that info if it's not shared, or we'll get to it, whether it's shared or not, in just a moment. But how many of you heard the rumor that Patriot Front was shut down, that Christopher Wray stepped aside, Patriot Front is no more, and I'll be looking at, make sure you tag me if you're trying to talk to me in the live chat. Want to hear what you have to say. How many heard that Patriot Front, Christopher Wray stepped down and Patriot Front immediately folded? This was a story on a satirical platform, apparently, and probably a conservative content creator. I didn't track it down, but wanting to conflate white identity with FBI and Fed operations. This is one of the things we have to be an intelligent person. We have to observe not only from our own perspective, but from the perspective of others. What is Patriot Front? Now, as you know, I don't know if it was Patriot Front members or if it was members of other groups that attacked me and slandered me for being critical, which I'm going to be, because they'll say, don't punch right, I punch stupid. And I'm going to be critical of activities that are harmful for the white participants, harmful for the overall recapture of our destiny, that end up smearing us and the work that we are doing as people who love and are committed to white well-being and putting an end to our victimization with tools that work. I'm always going to speak out. I don't care that midwits or midget wits out there or malefactors or whatever they are going to throw a tantrum over it. I'll take those slings and arrows. I've done it my entire life. Why? Because I'm a legitimate leader. I'm not putting my finger in the wind and saying, what do the TARDISes out there want to hear? And then I'll tell them that. I will tell you, I've had content creators in the white sympathetic sphere, explicit white sympathetic sphere, that have told me in private to do that, to give them what they want. I will not give you the poison you want. I will not, because what's important to me is Western kind, the people, particularly the children that are going to have to live longer with worse. That's what's important to me. The continuation, the recapture of our destiny, the continuation of our people and our civilization. What some drunk, drug-addled loser or whatever it is, what they want to hear, what they want to do, I don't care. And so I have been critical of Patriot Front, especially when in the real incident was when they were in Philadelphia and they decided they were going to go into non-white areas and paint non-white areas. No one there for you to talk to. We need to be talking to our people about white well-being, about our well-being. There is no such thing as a show of force. That is a show of farce. It's never been, you're never intimidating anyone. So these are criticisms I have. Now, there are obviously going to be people in Patriot Front and many white explicit organizations that get started in these environments. And when they get started in particular, they want to end our victimization. They want to get back for what has been done to them. They don't want what was done to them to be done to the next generation and the next generation. They want to do their duty to our ancestors who did their duty to their descendants as well as their ancestors, their descendants being us. And then sometimes they stay pure in those views. Sometimes, very often, unfortunately, they get steered off in another direction, just like in the implicit white sympathetic world of cuck servidom, they get steered off into the abstractionizing and harming the white race. In both cases, the truth, the redemption, the salvation, the way and the light is straight ahead with what's in harmony with your biospirit. And then on one side, the cucks lead you into abstractions that victimize us and a rejection of white identity. And on the other side, they lead you into the complaining about Jews or blacks and notions of violence. And they completely forget about white identity, to the point where we literally have these people will show up and say, why are you talking so much about white people? Why aren't you slandering and complaining about Jews? This is the way, the path, and the hope for the white race. And we are pulled by both sides. Now, what happened with Patriot Front and the cucks is a great example of how the cucks, especially in the coming 4 years that we're going to be facing, are going to be very much a problem. The conservative content creators are going to be very much a problem for us, because they're just living on the high horse right now. They're high on the hog with the victory of Trump and this notion that it's all abstractions. Race doesn't matter. Identity doesn't matter. And except for every identity but straight white male. They have, just like the meme that one of our meme mavens created, the Republicans, the Republican voters, the Republican establishment, the conservative content creators, they're all about race identity when it isn't straight white men. They're endless groups about females for the Republicans, female conservative groups, Jewish conservative groups, black conservative groups, Hispanic conservative groups, Arab, Asian, homosexual, transgender Republican conservative groups. It's all represented, but the straight white man, the thing that creates Western civilization, the vast majority of it, it's all welcomed except for us. So yeah, they're not, the Republicans and conservative content creators, they don't care about identity politics like the Democrats do, except all of identity politics with the exception of the straight white man. And therefore the family that the straight white man creates, which is the heartbeat of any movement, of any Church of the West, of any community, of any state, of any country. So what do we have when the cock loser scum look out at the world and they read that Patriot Front has folded? What do we see? Joy. They're not worried. The conservatives are not worried about a pro-white group that is smearing their white identitarian efforts. They loathe white identity. Conservative content creators hate white identity. They fear white identity. They reject white identity because they are in the anti-white narrative, and they measure all of their deeds, good and evil, by the anti-white moral matrix, which finds that any well-being for white people, any concern for the victimization of white people, even when it's as fucking blatant as it can get, they find that immoral. They will make an abstract. Anti-whites could be hardcore anti-whites or harder core anti-whites, could be gutting white children while saying that they're gutting all white children. And conservative content creators like Salty Cracker, who's married to a Mexican and has Mexican children. And we're going to take a look at his video in just a moment, crowing about the white identity group. But even though he's going to call it feds, because anything that's white identity is immoral, illegal, and in the service of the elites to undermine the real patriots in their mind, which are the multiracial, exclude the white male community, exclude the straight white male that marries a white woman and has white babies, excluding them. So remember, as Salty Cracker is going to be talking in just a moment, What he is condemning is not feds, it's white identity. What he is celebrating the destruction of is not feds, it's white identity. Salty, the anti-white cracker. I mean, what a joke, too, to call himself Salty Cracker as a slang for white people. What a joke when this guy rejects white identity. He's celebrating here. Now, remember, this video was widely shared and said to be, although it ended up being said to be incorrect, but said to be Patriot Front being physically assaulted by the Proud Cucks.
Blammo. That's what happened when Patriot Front ran into the Proud Boys over there. A bunch of dudes shaped like Antifa feds got the shit kicked out of them.
Yeah, you mean in shape? Is that what you mean? Because white guys, if they're going to be fighting for America, they need to have a swollen ass beer belly, love handles, and have their wives getting bedded down by non-whites back home. That's the only kind of white guy that's acceptable to the cuck-servatives.
Oh no, give me back my mask. Oh, I need my mask. Oh no. Hopefully this is the last time I have to talk about this stupid fucking fake group. It's a bunch of people out there. Oh no, give me my mask.
Remember, his concern is not that they are feds that are putting a bad image on white identity and white well-being. And you'll hear this as he says it.
I'm a vampire. I'm not allowed to be out in the sun. Oh my god, I'm also allergic to fucking peanuts. There's a bunch of people that go,
well, what's happening to this guy? Look at him. I mean, he was never good looking, but what the hell?
Hey man, what do you think? Everybody's a fed? Those are feds. Those are feds. Those are feds. Look at my hairdo, right? Right? Look at this. Look at this. Right? Look at this. See how stupid this is?
So I would just like to hear. I mean, Salty, if you hear this video, are you good with white identity? Do you object to white people being victimized on the basis of our race? Are you fine with us saying that we are a people, we are proud of being a people, and we are going to perpetuate that people by ending our victimization? Are you okay with that? Or is that not acceptable? Is it just a set of ideas like that anybody, like your wife and children, can hold?
Right? That's dumber. That's dumber. No, man, come on. Like, come on, man. Some people are just upset. They want to do it. No, those are feds. Shut the fuck up. They're feds, right? The feds block these people get arrested. I'm not saying, I can't believe I have to clarify this because some people out there are so fucking dense. I'm not saying that these people work at the FBI building and they get an FBI pension and an FBI pay.
Yeah, he's gonna connect that it was revealed that at Patriots Day, there were 26 human assets delivered by the FBI, controlled by the FBI, however they phrased it. 26 of them, 13, I think, went into the restricted area around the Capitol building, and 4 of them went into the Capitol as well. So, ergo, anybody who is concerned about white people as a race, as a people, are therefore feds. So that's what he's saying. They're human assets.
Check.
No, just know for sure. Again, you have to be multidimensional in your thinking. Any type of group like Patriot Front or NJP, or they're going to have a ton of both fed sources in there, and sources from even journalists, undercover journalists, and people supplying information for journalists from anti-white organizations. Who knows? Maybe even the ADL. All kinds of groups are inserting people into these things to steer, to get information, to etc. That's just the nature of those types of entities. I've been doing this for decades. It's the reality, okay? But that doesn't mean that white identity and concern for white people and our country and what we create is illegitimate. And that our concern for what we create and what we created and create usurped by this ideas group, that it's not a people, it's just ideas. Your Mexican wife is not going to be able to create America.
A lot of these dumb fuckers are just stupid idiots who end up joining a group that is completely compromised.
And you might say to yourself, you've never seen this clown before. If he's a clown, maybe not. Maybe he's a great guy and he's just got to get his head steered on right. What's the big deal? His audience, live audience, is like 5 times that of Lil Nicky.
Of assets. So like that one dude right there is a Fed. He puts together a group. The group is predominantly other FBI assets, people who've committed a crime and are told, listen, go to this over here and just go along with it. And that's your parole essentially. And then, yeah, you'll end up roping in a few fucking people with fucked up households looking for.
And look at that outcome there. Look at the difference that I say. Like, why don't all these people go and destroy Salty Crack? They come after me. I say that the people getting involved are pure of heart and spirit, and that they then can be misguided after that. I've seen it happen. This guy says, oh, they're all fucking drug addicts. Oh, sorry for my language. And they're from bad households and they're all inbred. And this is all what he's implying. But somehow, no attack on this guy.
For a group.
It's almost as if the people who attack me are actual, like, hardcore anti-whites, LARPing as those concerned for the well-being of white people.
A gang mentality for white people or some stupid shit like this, right? Yeah. But for every one dude who joins this group, 13 or 14 other dudes are going to be people who are responding to FBI handlers. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Surprise! The FBI's Fed front over here is going to shut down the same day that Christopher Wray announced that he was going to retire early. The people at Patriot Front were like, oh yeah, our work here is done. How's your work? You guys hate Donald Trump, right? That was the whole thing, right? Donald Trump was a Jew or some shit like this. So you guys hated him. But now he's in office. Now you just no. What happened here was this was a group.
Well, now that's legitimate from him. The idiots. I'm not saying they're from Patriot Front, but the idiots complaining that Trump is a Jew or he's run by Jews, and it's all going to be worse because it's all going to be service to the Jews.
And the deep state and the apparatus use them to tell liberals that's us.
So that's what they say. So here, listen.
Hated him. But now he's in office. Now you just no. What happened here was this was a group, and the deep state and the apparatus used them to tell liberals that's us. See those people who love America so much, right?
So the people who care. Now remember, what is Patriot Front to Salty Cracker? White identity. And so his conclusion is the government creates that group that's concerned with the well-being of white people who are being victimized on the basis of their birth in order to smear the real conservatives, the people, the actual good people that think it's all in a set of ideas.
Right? All those conservative white straight males who tell their wives how to vote. That's them over there. And then these stupid fucking goofballs do stupid shit like.
If we told our wives how to live, it would be a lot better of a country.
That's right. And now
I guess in Salty's household, I can just see her right now, the Mexican wife. She tells him everything to do. I've watched Mexican women push around their husbands like you wouldn't believe. And in fact, didn't we have somebody in the audience? Was it Mestizo Carf that said he's watched the exact same phenomenon?
Now they're going to shut down. They never ever got arrested. When they got detained outside of one of these stupid fucking events, the cops they put them in zip ties and they kept their masks on them. I mean, it's fucking insane. That's fucking Antifa doesn't even get that level of protection. They're able to keep their sunglasses, their hat, their fucking stupid Fauci masks over here. Keep all of that on. Trying to do over here. So now you are finito. Your stupid LARP over here has been disbanded. Coincidence, 24 hours after Christopher Wray resigns, the Patriot Front shuts down. So the headline for CNN's article is, "No feds. There were no feds at January 6th. Report finds." But if you read the report, it goes, "No, there's." And by the way, I don't buy these numbers for a second.
And let's see if the conservative establishment wants to name. I mean, it's the obvious name. I created the name. We promulgated it. I even showed the multiple videos when Lil Nicky tried to steal it from me with his massive audience. I even made a video where I showed week after week how I put it together to be called Patriot Day and why it should be called that, Patriots Day. He stopped attempting to say that it was his, that he had just thought of it out of nowhere. But it's the obvious name for it. It's the only sensible name. Let's see what, over the next 4 years, what the conservative content creators, you think they'll allow it to even that much? We'll see.
Report in the article where it says,
especially if it can be connected to somebody who cares about white people, then they definitely won't use it.
As no feds. This is the semantics they get into. No feds.
Okay, so that's enough of that. Let's look at, and I know you all have some comments I want to get to in the live chat. Okay, another example of the conservatives here in this article at work. Watch the kid. Watch. The kids are smarter. Children give epic response to Jill Biden. Happy holidays greetings. So, of course, this is advanced anti-whiteism, and the child's response wasn't quite there yet. But what I want to look for is let's see. All right. So if you didn't know what happened there, we're not going to watch because we're running out of time. Jill says, "Happy holidays," and some little girl, I think, yells Merry or Happy Christmas. And so look at what this cuck writes here. They write, another user said, while someone else commented, quote, "Even the children are anti-woke now. It's called winning the culture war at the highest level." This is the conservative mindset. They are anti-woke. And magically, Trump got elected. And we won. We won. So don't start talking about race, white people. Don't start. It's won. We're anti-woke now at the highest level. Because some little child said Happy Christmas to Jill Biden. This is the mentality. And we have to understand this mentality as we're going to be dealing increasingly, of course, with the conservatives out there. So I wrote this on a tweet, which, of course, didn't do shit. Whole 1,200 views. So doesn't go anywhere, but it's probably the most pertinent thing said on X all week, maybe weeks. I wrote this. Are you invested in conservative politics, nationalism, secessionist ideology, libertarianism, centrism, political party capture or creation, anti-Jew complaining, etc.? All of these have been the de facto defense of the West for many generations, going back long before you and I were alive. Yet, somehow I saw stories yesterday about a female teacher recruiting students for a sex cult, a naked male teacher arrested with a dildo at school, a woman celebrated and defended for having sex with 100 men in one day, and calls for the arrest of the men who participated. A woman born with a penis blocking women born with vaginas from attending a Republican women's club meeting. A black woman defecating on a subway train. A pro-Israeli Jewish U.S. House member who was an Israeli Defense Force civilian volunteer selected to lead the United States Foreign Affairs panel. A woman lionized for advocating spitting on a penis, found to be defrauding investors of millions of dollars with her meme coin scheme. A female U.S. House member physically assaulted by a woman born with a penis because she objects to biological males being in women's bathrooms. An anti-white black guy who is the head of an anti-white organization calling for white people to be lynched and doing so without repercussion. A white father of two murdered by a celebrated trust fund brat. A trans advocate doctor who won the legal fight against her husband to transition their son, who knew he was a girl at 18 months old, to female with chemical castration. A government grant of over $1 billion spent on a single anti-white program in education and more. Maybe the above strategies and vehicles for the de facto defense of the West aren't working or aren't enough. I mean, does it get any clearer? Those have been conservative ideology and approaches and everything else I named there have been in place for generations before we were ever born as a defense of this victimization of all that is destroying the West. Maybe they don't work. Maybe when we get to the point that we're seeing this in the news on one day, maybe all of that should be scrapped, or maybe all of that should be amended with something else. How much worse does it have to get? Meanwhile, we're seeing all of that news while you have a cuck in the comments writing, that's called winning the culture war by the anti-wokies out there at the highest level. This is winning the culture war at the highest level. What else do the conservatives do? Well, since you can't celebrate and lionize a people, since you can't talk about the people who are actually being victimized and targeted and victimized on the basis of their birth, what's left? Oh, well, you worship money. Money becomes the most important thing. And when I was 11 and 12 years of age, I figured out that if that's what's most important for us and our resistance, then every indignity, every victimization becomes possible for profit. Well, what about this I just saw? Let's have a look at this. Johnson & Johnson was caught adding cancer-causing carcinogens to their sunscreens. They caused the exact same cancer that their company makes the majority of their revenue from treating.
Johnson & Johnson is adding cancer-causing carcinogens to their sunscreens? That doesn't make any sense. Or does it? Let's take a look. Directly from the J&J website, they are doing a voluntary recall of Neutrogena and Aveeno sunscreen products due to the presence of benzene. According to the CDC, it is a chemical that is colorless, odorless, and highly flammable. What does it use to make? Lubricants, rubbers, dyes, detergents, drugs, and pesticides. And according to the American Cancer Society, benzene is known to cause cancer, specifically leukemia and other cancers of blood.
Specifically leukemia.
So Johnny boy, why are you adding it to our sunscreens? Well, if you look at their revenues, they have $81.6 billion in revenue, and only $14 billion of that is from consumer-facing products like Neutrogena and Aveeno. But the rest of all of this is from their pharmaceuticals and medical devices. And apparently, their growth is primarily led by its pharmaceutical business, specifically their sales of Impromptu and Darzalex. But what does Impromptu do? You guessed it. Treats leukemia.
Treats leukemia. Accident? Is it just an oversight? Is it just an oversight? Well, conservatives out there, you can't complain. They're making bank. They're making big bank. You don't have a people, no particular group of people to ensure their well-being and thereby ensure your well-being. You have a bunch of isolated, selfish individualists that worship money and the making of money and the God economy, who all agree on an idea and an opinion. And that's what unites you, is the agreement, the brief agreement on an opinion. And then you see the companies, as even an 11 and 12-year-old could predict, that would put profit above everyone. Of course, that's the outcome. You cucks out there can't complain for shit. This is the world you want. This is the world your abstractionizing delivers you. You can't fix this with this, oh, we're a country of ideas. This is just an experiment. And what about finally here? We look at this. How about Caitlin Clark? How about the great white wonder? You remember the white years ago, 5 years ago, there was this, never heard of him since, this white teenage 100-meter sprinter. And as a teenager, he was almost running Olympic speed in the 100-meter. They called him White Lightning. What happened to him? Do you remember? He went crazy. He and his anti-white father. They went crazy saying, no, race has nothing to do with this. I predicted he would end up with a black girlfriend or some other non-white girlfriend. Don't know. Haven't heard from him anything about him since. Seems kind of odd, given that at 17, 18 years old, this kid is running at almost Olympic speed in the 100-meter dash. But here you have another one, another white athlete. No non-white athlete would ever do this. No non-white athlete would ever, and this is a consequence of either having a people or not having a people or having a shared idea, having a shared opinion that unites you. Non-white athletes get up there and they inspire greatness in the children of their race. They inspire them to strive, to be more and all that they can be. White athletes that succeed do everything they can to hamper, to fetter, to cripple, to tell white kids that no, your race has nothing to do with this. In fact, you being celebrated, or them in Caitlin Clark's example, being celebrated, me being celebrated as Caitlin Clark, is immoral and wrong, because we all agree, whether you are a Democrat voter or Republican voter, if you're a conservative, you all agree on the anti-white moral imperatives matrix of morality, that white people and our well-being and our successes is immoral. It's all immoral. And that's how you get consequences like this with Caitlin, the anti-white bitch Clark, saying, I want to say I've earned every single thing. And haven't you seen this too? This is the selfish individualism of the white race. It's like, I did it, but you are getting by on white privilege. She says, I want to say that I've earned every single thing that I've done, but as a white person, there is white privilege. Close quote. Caitlin Clark. Quote, a lot of those players in the league that have been really good have been black. This league has kind of been built on them. Built on them? It kind of sounds like the league is exploiting them. Wonder how many of the dollars supporting that league come ultimately by way of white people. Quote, the more we can appreciate that, highlight that blacks are being exploited in the WNBA. And isn't the league like 80% black? Highlight that, talk about that, and then continue to have brands and companies invest in those players. Don't invest in the little white girls that I could have inspired to strive to be great athletes or great mothers or great in their profession of their choosing. No, don't invest in them. Invest in the black kids. This is the anti-white moral matrix. You don't make this better complaining about Jews. You don't make this better pretending that the white race isn't victimized.
You don't make this better with abstraction cowardice. You have to address the moral matrix of the West, which is anti-white, meaning you have to talk about the victimization of white people. I think these black people have made this league incredible. She means remarkable. I think it's very important. I have to continue to try. Caitlin Clark says, I have to continue to try to change that. The league's 80% or whatever black or more. And you have to bring more. You have to bend over more. You have to break your back more for black people, for non-whites. Let me take a quick look at the story. Megyn Kelly disgusted by Caitlin Clark for condescending fake white privilege comments. I despise Caitlin Clark. She is a filthy anti-white. She is absolutely defecating on all white children. She's saying, them, screw them, who cares what happens to them? If they achieve, it's because there is this mysterious, invisible force that persecutes all non-white people and elevates white people. So that's what happens if they succeed. But not me, Caitlin Clark. Somehow I got around. It was, for me, it was just my hard work. But if any other white kids make it in the world, it's because they have this benefit by being born white. Except, what is their benefit by being born white to have heroes in sports like you? Is that a benefit of being white? Caitlin Clark? Is that a benefit? The lights on Caitlin Clark have always shined bright. I hope they go out. I hope some of those black females that are jealous of her stomp the ever-living shit out of her white ass on the court. I hope that that happens. If she deserves it. If it happens, I will laugh if that happens. I abhor violence. So if they beat the shit out of her on the court, in the midst of a game, that's legal. And if she comes away with the inability to play anymore, then oh well, I guess that's fate. And the woman with the whole world of women's basketball on her shoulders has never shied away, not from attention, not from scrutiny, not from her deep-seated belief that she too walks on the shoulders of giants. They're all black, and she has just stolen from them. And for this, she's always drawn ire. Yeah, and it won't matter how anti-white she is. We all know she's not going to be able to be anti-white enough. There's just nothing she can do. She can say all the white children out there deserve to be undermined, deserve to have to pay in so many ways to elevate the non-white kids. She still won't be anti-white enough. In interviews for her Time magazine Athlete of the Year cover story, Clark spoke at length about racial underpinnings behind her explosion to fame in a sport and league that historically has been dominated by black women. What do you mean it is dominated by black women? Megyn Kelly is disgusted. Quote, look at this. The media personality wrote on X, Clark's on her knee, all but apologizing for being white and getting attention. The self-flagellation, the, oh, please pay attention to the black players who are really the ones you want to celebrate. Condescending, fake, transparent, sad. Clark, in her interview, told Time, I want to say I've earned everything. And so that's what I was just reading to you. She wants to create a league that gives back to the blacks. I recommend that Caitlin give up half, 3/4 of her paycheck to really demonstrate how anti-white she is by the standards of anti-whiteism, and just give all of that money to black, pro-black entities in the United States. Go ahead. The more we can appreciate and highlight that, talk about that. I just read that. the more we can elevate black women. I'm not shitting you. This anti-white cuck pig wrote this. The more we can elevate black women, that's going to be a beautiful thing. That is sickening. This is what I've been talking about for so many years and being ignored by the cuck-servatives because they don't want to talk about white identity. They're measuring everything they do by the anti-white moral matrix and by the explicit white sympathetic sphere, because for some strange reason, almost like they're captured by our victimizers, they don't want any of the conversation to be about white people and white well-being. That can only be like secondary and tertiary. Maybe that will happen after we get done complaining endlessly about Jews, which has worked out so well for them. So from the cucks you get, we've got to elevate the black people. And from the explicit white sympathetics, they're not even white. I mean, we shouldn't even call them that anymore. It is really, the internet is really clearing things up because this multiracial anti-Jew movement is really 99% now of what was the explicit white sympathetic sphere. I mean, genuinely, where can you go out in the world, in person or on the internet, and find white people, aside from here, that are talking about the well-being of white people, how white people are being victimized, without making it all about slandering Jews and blacks? It just, aside from us, where does it exist? In numerous media appearances, Clark has cited the black players who built the game. Their legacies can't be disputed, but their influence is pale in comparison, Clark said. Their influence pales in comparison. Have you turned on any sporting event, except hockey is changing and it's getting there? It is all this like black culture. It is all black music. It is all black athletes. It is all black. And every day it's more white erased. Their influence pales. All right. So that's what you end up with. Let me get to what you all are saying and any other financial gifts. First Last says, hold on. Good to see you, brother. Glad you're here. Henry says, you ever see that video? The quote, the great replacement isn't real, close quote, by the whole YouTuber Sean. No, I haven't. I think we should do a response video to it. Can you send it to me? Using the Go Free lexicon. What do you think? Yeah. Can you DM it to me? Or can somebody who knows what he's talking about? Henry, thank you for suggesting it. I'll check it out. I could do a response to it. That's probably a good idea. And I can tell you right now, I start off with agreeing with him that there is no great replacement. Absolutely not. There is white erasure. Absolutely. Without question. Russ says, yeah, a few years ago, Dice responded well to something I commented under one of his videos. Not sure what I said, but probably related to anti-whiteism. Still having his response. Yeah, awesome. Yes. Well done. And we have the website. The very first time he shared that. Hey, Jason, what do you think about the rebuilding of Notre Dame Cathedral in France? It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. I love it. I love it. It's an expression of our biospirit. Regrettably, the primary benefactor, billionaire, has a non-white wife. And is he white? He has a non-white wife, and it's falling to that, which means that these things are not going to remain the way that we project them into the world. But I think it's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. It's a glorious structure. And it would have never happened if we would not have allowed white erasure in France. I mean, the Church of the West, it should be our building. We are the people who are, with science and faith, representing the biospirit of the West. We are the people doing that. No one else is doing that. So we are the ones who deserve to be in it. It would not exist on Earth if it weren't for Western kind. And ideas, even if they're ideas created by Western kind, won't perpetuate it. Darth Biden is here. Kaz says, NWG, I love Scooby, but can't help but to remember the clip from the last 3 lives ago of the woman that kept slamming the oven door shut. Oh, yeah, that's right. And she made the Scooby-Doo, and she went, eh? That's true. Good to see you, Cass. Let's add a little bit of Christmas cheer. With my swash. Oh, Henry shared the link on there. Let me see if I can find it over here, because I can't open it from there. Can you share it on the thread under the live stream, please? Let's see. Yeah, it'd be great if you could share it on the underneath of, rather than in the live chat on Twitter, underneath of the stream. Russ says, Dice's reply is still saved in my email archive storage. It's from 2018, 2019. Big salutes. Well done, Russ. Well done. That's how we change the world. First Last says, 3rd post, 4th post. I'm seeing your posts. If you're worried about them not being visible. So I guess you all can hear me okay. Nobody's complaining. The only white sports that we have is hockey, because the majority of the sports are being white erased. Precisely. I mean, they've been white erased. Look at professional baseball. Look at golf. Look at professional football. Totally white erased. And it's moral to do so today. Do you think the moral tapestry of a country isn't going to influence the recruiting for professional sports? Of course. Of course. The whole, we took him out of the ghetto. Now he's a decamillionaire. He's run through 200 white women. That's a true American story. That's a true British story. That's a true Canadian story right there. Slots tagging me with the statement, influence means white erasure. It really does. Prometheus Thunder says, Promethean hails. No white kill. Good to see you. Thank you. I've watched in a few months. I haven't watched in a few months, says Darth. So I haven't seen your take on this. Do you believe the outcome of the Daniel Penny trial will help or hurt our people? help or hurt it. It depends on what you mean by those help or hurt. It is, you possibly mean that anti-whites, radical anti-whites want to ratchet up and be even more severe. It's definitely going to, anti-whites are definitely going to be victimizing white people everywhere, and they're going to be justifying it with Daniel Penny's acquittal for this crime. Although we're still watching and hoping and praying for him that he doesn't end up owing $84 million like Bernard gets. But I believe that a couple of things. The prosecutor, the anti-white prosecutor, made a significant error in charging Penny because she thought with the hubris of anti-white victories that she'd be able to just run away easily with this case. And in reality, the election of Donald Trump and the consequences of holding not only the Electoral College, but the popular vote likely inspired jurors to stand their ground against that pressure of the anti-whites. Will the same hold true by the time the case, civil case comes around? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. NWG always put a price. They always put a price on our suffering, monetization for legal erasure. Very, very well said, Cass. Yes, indeed. Masumik is in the house. Good to see you. Norm is in the house. Finger Fredder is here as well. Mestizokov is here. Salty Cracker's beard looks a bit patchy. Perhaps some testosterone deficiency. Probably so. He probably is lacking testosterone. Samuski says, I'll admit to watching Salty Cracker until I found White Wellbeing. I ditched him immediately. I wish him the best. Hey man, nothing wrong with that. Maturing sociopolitically is a sign of a good heart and a stern constitution and the right perspective. You've got the arrow pointed in the right way. You're always going to succeed as a consequence. Nothing to apologize about there. There's Corey. Sizer is here. Even hockey is anti-white now. Hard to believe. Absolutely. Hockey is increasingly getting white erased and anti-white, and they're doing everything they can. Think about it. NHL. Go research it for yourself. Maybe you'll discover that the NHL is doing everything they can to train non-white children where there are non-white populations to become the next champions of the NHL. Same thing might have been done with professional baseball. Same thing might have been done with professional football. All right. The great Thunder, Down Under, Lockie Lunder is here. He says, dwarf tossing, little person tossing, I guess, has become white erased too. Damn it. That was my favorite sport. How are you going to white erase that one? Red Dog says, so black pilling. Let's get some celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis, crowns and Christmas trees for one First Last, who has come in here late in our gathering of the Church of the West to financially gift 50 White Wellbeing dollars. 50. Big salute, brother. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. Glorious. Welcome, noble, and Herculean. And keep it going for Robert, who financially gifted $50. $50 as well from Robert. And he says, to end white noir. Awesome. $50 from Robert. $50 from First Class. Thank you both so very much. Big celebration. Big Merry Christmas. And good Yule to you. We also have over here the Great Slots financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, champion. Hero of the West. He says, $5 for your praise of one of Western kind. Yes. Yes, you, Jason. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Financially gifting in the name of our champion, one of Western kind, the Great Slots. That's the kind of men and women that we are. Noble men and women of the West. We have Yiz the Unifier financially gifting $5 as well earlier in the gathering of the Church of the West weekly folk tithe for white well-being, she writes. God bless you, sister. Don't forget, 6 p.m. tomorrow begins the Dragon Monday, and she will be live, I believe, unless somebody wants to correct me, 6 p.m. and then at Eastern Standard Time, and then at 8 Eastern Standard Time, unless ForNull is going to correct me, he is live with Dragon Synth Adventures. I will be at both, and I hope to see you. If they're live, I will be at both. I hope to see you there. Looks like we didn't miss anybody over here. Let me step back over and make sure we didn't miss anybody in these locations. And we'll have a look. Oh, we'll see if this will come up. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. We have over here looking for tags now and any other financial gifts. Make sure you tag me. Aliens Exist says over on Premium Rumble, he despises Caitlin Clark as well. He says about Salty Cracker that Salty Cracker doesn't like white identity. He said that Salty Cracker isn't white. He just looks white. Well, that I've not heard before. We have a financial gift of one bell. I've never received a bell over on D Live of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much to Guy on a Buffalo, I think is what it says. One bell of cryptocurrency. I don't even see that as an option. Am I just missing something? Bless you for that. Thank you so much. Or maybe they changed it from lemons to bells for December. Maybe that's what it is. One bell of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. And we have of the D Live cryptocurrency over here on Odyssey, seeing if there are any tags, anything I may have missed. Looks like we have a financial gift of $8 over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much to Land of the Fake. $8 from Land of the Fake. He says, individuals have inherently small power. Only groups have power. This is the key to the anti-white white erasure. Lies of individualism. And when whites unite, we become evil. Precisely. The hardcore meme pathogens poured upon white people of selfish individualism, that's the way to go, is obviously a meme pathogen. And so is, if you get together, then there's an evil outcome. Also, that statement right there, that meme pathogen, revealing the anti-white narrative under which we suffer, something that has to be addressed. Now, whether I do it and you do it or somebody else does it, it's got to be addressed. All right. Looks like we did not miss anybody on entropy. Well said by Land of the Fake. And I don't see any tags over there. Tag me if you are trying to get my attention. That'll help me out. Different song. Let me know that you can hear me still. Merry Christmas, Good Yule, Happy New Year, Church of the West. The Great Sloths just showed up over here, $1 on Premium Rumble. He says, thank you so much for that, Sloths. Brother, the denial of the existence of white anti-whites comes from the same pride interfering with calling out any victimization by anti-whites. Beautifully said. Absolutely. The denial of the existence of white anti-whites comes from that same pride. Yes, 100%. Very well said. A brilliant participant in the Church of the West. As you can see, running shorter and shorter on time, we're going to have to save our lesson for today for next Sunday, which is PTP, potential to power. A very important aspect of the Go Free dialogic. And you've got to know what it is. You've got to know what your potential is, that it's there, and that you can fight through the challenges created by anti-whiteism. We got a couple of announcements here. I want to ask again, I asked on Wednesday, I want to ask you all to pray for a member of the community who was recently diagnosed with cancer, and pray for him and his family. Send positive energy to him and his family so that they can address and get through the challenges that are before them. So I appreciate that. Also wanted to mention that Sam Melia is going to be released from prison soon. I don't know if it's going to be before Christmas, but that would be nice, so he can at least see his family. It's not as good as you think. The parole or probationary period, I think, lasts for a couple of years. I have something here from Laura to look at. But at least Sam will be able to finally see his baby infant and toddler. And that is a beautiful thing. I will read now from Laura Towler. Sam is due to be released from prison in a few weeks, but he won't be allowed to return home. For at least 6 months, probably 12 months. He will have to stay at a premises of their choice so that they can monitor him closely, because they believe he is a high risk of serious harm to the population. He has to check in every evening. He has to check out, or when he checks out in the morning. He can leave during the day, and his location is tracked with a GPS tag. He has to check in midday as well. This is very severe. Sam also has other license conditions that he must stick to for the remainder of his two-year sentence. The most important thing to Sam is his family, and this license condition is particularly harsh as it stops him from doing things like bath time, bedtime, story time, putting his children to bed. But at least he can now see them every day. So we are looking forward to that. We can't really go on day trips because of the midday check-in. If Sam breaks his license conditions, he will be returned to prison once Sam's 2-year sentence is over in March 2026. She expects him to be a free man at that time and to do whatever he pleases. We hope so. All of this for the slandering of a particular group. And we don't want anybody to have to suffer this, especially a guy that in all my encounters with him was such a good guy, such a gentle guy. He should just be 24/7 white positivity, no harm to the white race. Look at our victimization. Never focusing on another group of human beings for slander. No good comes of it. The focus, more importantly, is in the wrong place. It's always been in the wrong place. It needs to be a focus on us and our victimization. And I will continue to argue that and fight for that everywhere and anywhere, even though other people who claim to care about Sam, Laura, and her family, even though they're going to slander me for doing the right thing. Think about that this Christmas and Yule season. Let me see what the rest of you are saying in our closing minutes. First Last said, the problem with Mark Colette's followers is that they can't see beyond his nose, but who could? Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy Yuletide, says Promethean Kitchen. Cass says, hearing, and the sound is good here, thank you, in the live, but maybe we need concert speakers for others who don't know of No White Guilt. Wouldn't that be great? Blast me to the neighborhood. Henry put the link of that video in Twitter, so I should be able to find that. What a hell of an interesting Go Free gathering on this Sunday, Church of the West. Very interesting coming together, seeing these things with the drones and being able to discuss and explore the possibilities of what is really going on there. All right. Henry, did you put it in the live chat or in the thread underneath of the stream? I am going to be back on a Wednesday. Maybe sooner if something weird happens, but of course on Wednesday as normal. And fear not, back next Sunday after that as well. Nothing will stop me from our service to white well-being. Making sure we have everything squared away here. Sloth says, take care. First Last says he's sorry he was late. No worries. Glad you're here, brother. Put it in the thread comments. Okay, great. Thank you. I'll be able to get it from there. Yeah, very interesting exploration. I think really thorough explanation, too, of the drones. You probably won't find anything that thorough anywhere else. Although you'll see other content creators with hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of views. We are undermined. And that's what happens when you care about white people. The one thing that they can't and won't permit is concern for white well-being. Whether it's hardcore radical anti-whites, whether it's the people who want to just complain about Jews, or the conservatives who are going to be really getting into our way as we progress through these next 4 years under Donald Trump's tutelage and leadership. So we hope that you, though, will continue to do the right thing. You'll continue to use the Go Free practice in your lives, attaining more and more of your PTP. We'll talk about that next Sunday. Inoculating your children against anti-whiteism so that they can grow and reach more of their potentials as adults, rather than be undermined and fettered by the anti-whiteism around us. This is it. It is the only thing that works. You all have seen it. We need more people to realize it. We need to reach more and more folks. Getting out as our swashbucklers. Use them as inspiration. Become a swashbuckler yourself, a real champion. Swashing through your family get-togethers, which you'll be having this coming Christmas. Swashing through live chats on YouTube. Swashing, picking a content creator to try to lure into, to tempt to take up the lexical, dialectical power of the Go Free dialogic in service to white well-being and therefore the well-being of everyone in the West. Make it your mission, because this is it. We are it. Like I was saying earlier, just ask yourself, where else is there on the entire internet of planet Earth where they are just talking about white people, where they are focused on us, where they acknowledge that we are the people being victimized, where our victimization and our well-being isn't some secondary or tertiary, or maybe we get there after a secession, which is one of many wishes, or after all Jewish people are disappeared and they move to a nicer earth or something, a nicer planet someplace else. Yet again, another wish. All of this is not thinking about us. All of these people saying that, well, if we do this, or if we do that, or if we can do this, then we'll have. No, that's not centering us. You've got to center us. You center us. You're concerned with our well-being, and your well-being, by the way of our people's well-being, creates a living people out of this deracinated race. It's up to you. It's up to us. If we don't do it, nobody does. Merry Christmas. Good Yule. Let's go free.